I'm sure it'll be fine. No, Panda is still the master, which is the unofficial monarch. Speaking of unofficial monarchs, Chad, it's time to go play some Dwarf Fort because we've waited too long. Although in my defense, it's because Twitch wasn't loading. So you can say hi, YouTube, if you like. We're pulling a French, yes. What, your personal fave, like, long word that probably shouldn't be in a Twitch title? You know, ages ago I learned that, like, I couldn't use the word manslaughter in a Twitch title. I can't even remember what game it was. Oh, thank you for informing me that a Baron is starving. What? Why is Rith starving? What's going on with Rith? Just immediately, it's like, Rith is starving. Going to go eat. Stressed, starving. So I just lost most of my military. Attacking elves, I think? Yeah. So, no. So there's two types of nobles. There's the ones that are in my fort. These guys. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus my duchy. Did he not have a backpack? Backpacks? I don't allow backpacks in my fortress. Don't be silly. Christ. Why would I do that? I don't want rotten food in my bedrooms. But, so here's the reason they're that out of hand, right? We're the capital. We had the king. And then once I became the capital, this started happening. Every single baron comes and visits, right? That's what happens when you become the capital, alongside of the queen. So I did the perfectly normal thing that any sane dwarf would do, which is I put a temporary tavern on my drawbridge and pulled the lever. Oh, probably. There's multiple ghosts, most likely. Actually, is that the ghost that I've already made the thing for? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the slab for that's already been placed. And if it hasn't, I can place it. So I did the perfectly normal thing that anybody would do, which was, oh, would you look at that? We made a quern. Kib has created a Galena quern and offered it to the Dungeon of Dragons. Anyway, this became our tavern. And then whenever they would all line up, we would pull the lever. And then 1 or 2 to 5 random dwarves in my fort would become barons because their relative just died. So that's just been continuing. So I just have all of these barons in my fort because I've been killing the other barons and kings and queens and the other people who show up to visit. Which, you know, is a grand old time. In fact, I'm going to make all visitors welcome again and allow more of them in. As far as the named dwarves that are currently in the fort, we have Shakebreak, a Devilish Potato, Acre, and Banana Unlimited, Bastet, and Chuck's Buck Snuck, as well as Gfin and Goat Swarm and Gordy Casto, as well as Honey Bun Holler and Ilmirin and Jess and Nimlark and Non-Major Nerd, as well as Pandasaurus, Rex, and Presme, and Raging Cave, Ranger Rick, Raw Meat, Salty Tempest, and Snail, as well as Squirrely Swimming Carcass and Iron Boot, who's still alive somehow, and Warfu. Iron Boot, of course, was an early military hero in this fortress, killing a forgotten beast. Maybe it's time for Iron Boot to rise and return to the military, and see. In terms of raising a family, person would have the world operate in complete harmony. Okay, you know what? Iron Boot, Vakar, we're gonna put you into the military, and we're gonna try and actually build good military squads and see if I can build them up a little bit, because I've just been like throwing my dwarves with absolutely no remorse directly into the mouth of the enemy recently, and maybe we need to be a little bit more considerate with them. The result is my military is kind of gone, as you can see. So what we're going to need to do today is rebuild the military so that we can steal a necromancy book. That's the goal. We want necromancer book. Pretty much. Yeah. No, that's legitimately what I've been doing. But not really elven strongholds, more necromancer strongholds, much weaker, theoretically. So, yeah, that's how things have been recently in this fort. Pretty great, really. You're a... Jess is a novice wrestler. Throw you in there. All right. Anyway, on the bright side, they now have like this lovely fountain that they get to train in. We've also got all of my nobles training because I wanted them to do something useful. So I put them all in the military. They're all cops. The nobles. They're the noble cop squad. So essentially, they're all the captain of the guard is a noble. So if you'd like to be one of my nobles, let me know. We can get you nobled. I'm not gonna kill them yet. They will die eventually, hopefully gloriously. A dwarven child just tantrum and killed your brewer. That's horrible. You want a dwarf that dreams of mastering a skill, and ideally is brave, because then they will get immediate satisfaction out of mastering a skill. So that's what we're going to look for right now. I'm going to go through and we're going to add some dwarves to the military, like this one. You want dwarves that dream of mastering a skill because then they'll just enjoy joy training, and if they're brave in the face of imminent danger, that's a bonus. This one's gripped by crippling shyness, which means she'll hate it, but you'll probably do fine. She can also handle stress, which is optimal. So then you want a dwarf that can like handle stress, isn't easily like afraid, and you know, dreams of mastering a skill. You could go for a glorious death. Well, we'll get some people named in a little bit here. Just let me kind of go through and find dwarves that would do all right in the military. At least decently in the military. That's mostly all I'm doing. You're the captain of the guard. Gordy. It's my outpost liaison who also needs a bedroom. The other thing we're going to be doing is I'm going to be trying to make some of my nobles happy today. We're going to be giving like the outpost liaison a bedroom and stuff like that. One of my goals, just for full transparency, I want to make my master, Pandasaurus, into a necromancer. And I want to turn this squad of dwarves into zombies. The squad of nobles into zombies. Because I think that would be rad. Although I'm pretty sure they'll lose their noble status if they become zombies. So there is that. But that's kind of what I want to do with this fort. So here's the thing. Yes and no, right? It just means that your civ is very low on population. But that doesn't mean that your world is low on dwarves, right? So a world, let's just say, with 3 civs, and each of the civs has like 100 dwarves. It doesn't mean that there's only 300 dwarves in that world. There's way more dwarves than that in the world. They're just all hidden in little refugee camps all over the place and like living in human towns, and will absolutely migrate to your civilization when it becomes available. So, yes and no. Are you a member of my faction? Yes, you are. You should be in here. Well, I mean, if they're a necromancer, then you just get necromancers. Necromancers are perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies. Why you gotta shame their weird hobbies? Let them have their weird hobbies. Like, seriously. What do you got against their hobbies? Oh, maybe a Monster Slayer / Bard. Yeah, you're right. Could definitely be that. When I didn't see their name there, I figured that they just weren't a permanent resident. Or like they could even be a performer. Throw you in there. Butcher. I mean, even this person that I'm looking at right now might not even be a permanent resident. Oh, I literally just added them. So their name just hadn't been updated yet. All right. How about you right here? All these fish dissectors who dream of mastering a skill. The other thing I guess I should do is unpause the game for a second so that they stop. I mean, this is their job, and go off and train. Dreams of raising a family. If you are not easily afraid, it'd still be good. You present yourself modestly. Horse describes natural tendency to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. You'll do fine. Not optimal, but you'll do fine. You stopped getting migrants? Okay, so if you stop getting migrants, then that means, one, yes, your faction is very low population. Two, you're either too far away from your faction to be able to signal for new migrants, or there literally is no dwarves available if you stop getting migrants. Were you trading with your home faction? Like, did you receive wagons? Or have the wagons stopped too? And when you were getting wagons, because I'm assuming you did you trade with them? Because if you don't trade with wagons from your home civ when they show up, then you will... If you don't trade with the wagons when they show up, then you will not get anything. Do you dream of falling in love? That's adorable. Dreams of mastering a skill. He's brave in the face of him and in danger. Excellent. Go bind some baddies into books. Did I not click on you? Now I'm trying to see, like, where was that person? Oh, there you are. There you are. So at least that's one squad sorted. Generally, what I recommend people do, if you want to play with a dead civ, when you start, just go close to where you want to settle, make a fortress somewhere, just with 7 dwarves, okay? And then retire the fortress. Don't build anything. Just make a fortress of 7 dwarves, and then retire the fortress. And do that like 6 or 7 times. That'll increase the population by 20 per fortress. Once you let World Gen take over a little bit, and that will basically reignite a little bit of life into your civ, and it'll give you a much higher chance of success. Some migrants have decided to brave this terrifying place, knowing it may be their tomb. Well, I mean... Can you blame them? I mean... I can't. That's funny. Hello, you. Welcome, newbie. The creative impulse is so valuable, is it now? Well, go create a great work of art then, Dwarfy. What about you? Random peasant. He's quarrelsome. And he has a greedy streak. Well, get greedy about this. We'll do a naming session after I have both of these squads full. Oh, also you're a competent swords dwarf. Well, that's excellent, Mr. Greedy. Okay. You're an administrator, dreams of mastering a skill. Also, new dwarves show up at the bottom, so you can just scroll all the way down to them, which makes naming them adding them to squads way easier. Creating a great work of art. Do you have any skill? Ah. Finds the skill with weapons off-putting. It's just like me, IRL. Dreams of mastering a skill. No relevant skills, but hey, we'll make her work. Doesn't care. This one will probably be fine. Also a competent swords dwarf, awesome. Dreams of mastering a skill. Why is it always the fisher dwarves who dream of mastering a skill? It's like, if you dream of mastering a skill, why are you fishing? That's a duck or a goose. That's a water buffalo. They're useful. What are you? Don't really care. How you feel about stress? You'll do fine. Gelding is not removing, okay? That's not even remotely relevant to the military. Also, you're a competent lasher. Potash maker knows how to lash. There's a crafting and masterwork. Yeah, I'm mostly just looking for people who dream of mastering a skill. All right. Does gelding train dodging at all? I have no idea, but I do know that, like, I once had a dwarf literally lose an eye when attempting to geld a cat, which checks out as far as I'm concerned. Seems about right. I feel like that's about how that would go in real life if you tried to attempt that. I wonder if I don't have a leatherworker's shop right now, because I've had, like, these make leather shoe job going for a while. Let's see. I might actually not. It may have been destroyed at some point. All right, one thing we were able to do yesterday is everybody does have a bedroom, I think. So we should be good in that regard. If I have any chests. Nope. Also, hey, Raccoon with matches. I super duper wasn't looking at chat. I don't know. So because we're no longer doing the old method, and by old method I mean, you know, the channel points redemption. If you would like a dwarf and you know you do not have one, would you like a dwarf? While I dump stuff. Gonna tank. You can be asked, militia captain. Because you're gonna tank. And you're wielding a pretty cool weapon. You've got a bronze flail. Because we have virtually no options for... Actually, you know what I really should do? Is I should go to equipment and allow them to use wooden shields. That's something I should really do, actually, is allow them to use wooden shields. Or leather armor. Actually, I wonder how much armor we'd have if I set them on leather. You know, this squad down here, I'm actually going to swap them over to leather armor. Let's see how much we have available. I don't even know. Quite a bit more. But I don't think this allows for I think I will just make some leather shields. I'll just do that. Let's make leather shields. All right, so gun a tank, like I said. Where'd you go? Gonna read that description. I was, and then I didn't. Currently, you're going for a drink. He is confident under pressure and prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings, rarely discouraged and isn't particularly ambitious, and feels lustful, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, that's fine, and he tends to avoid crowds. He often feels envious of others, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He has a greedy streak, and he is stubborn, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this, since he values friendship, and when he's speaking, he usually lowers his eyes, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So he stares at your tits, is what he's saying. He personally is disgusted by merrymakers and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and respects the development of his skill. He likes Periclus and bismuth bronze and cat's eye and ginkgo wood, and he swapped over to a sword. And sheep's wool buckets and the words of the umber skirts and the sound of the flowery tress, and when possible prefers to consume hake and bumblebee mead and absolutely hates worms. His hair is extremely sparse, his very long beard is braided, and his medium-length sideburns are, His medium-length sideburns are combed, his very long hair is braided, and he has a broad body, and his eyebrows are incredibly high, and his lips are thick, and his aquamarine eyes have thin irises. Yes, they have irises. And his nose is narrow, and his hair is auburn, and his skin is dark tan. And an artifact was seen being passed to a thief. Lycott the Mercenary, and a Elven Poet. We're just going to convict them both. Also Salty Tempest for doing something unrelated. Also, did I not build... I guess I didn't place that tombstone just yet. Okay, so it's that lead spear from very early on in the fort. Tisk. He's going to make it off the map. Well, maybe not. Fortunately, we do have a lot of cops in this fort. Maybe I need to move the police somewhere a little bit more convenient. So this is just running through these crowds of dwarves. Trying to chain Herbalist Zoxul. Not. Make it. Come on, ton. Our captain of the guard, who, by the way, is also a noble, is now Domenoc, who is chasing that thieving dwarf, dislikes abstract discussions, and would much rather focus on practical examples, has little time for forgiveness, and will generally seek retribution. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He often feels discouraged and isn't particularly curious about the world. He is assertive and can lose focus on the matter at hand. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He isn't given to flights of fancy. He is pleased by his appearance and talents, and he has a greedy streak. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and prefers to present himself modestly. And he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and laughs very loudly when he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. And he likes platinum, clear tourmaline, and clear yellow warhammers and coffins and horses for their strength, and coyotes for their howling, and the sound of the... And he didn't make it in time. And the sound of the chartreuse chants, and when possible prefers to consume radish wine and hates large roaches, and we're stuck in an ad. He has a broad body with little fat, and his very long beard is neatly combed. He has a square chin, and his ears are splayed out. His sunken, wide-set copper eyes are narrow. His slightly upturned nose is narrow, and his head is somewhat narrow. His hair is auburn, and his skin is copper. Aren't we all evil, though? We're literally a fortress, like, that's in the process of bringing down its own faction. And Salty Tempest is stumbling around obliviously, and we've put some people to rest. All right, let's see how this leather armor thing is going to work out. I do actually have a dwarf now making leather shields. How much tanned hides do I have? How many tanned hides do I have? I should be pausing for the ad, but not. Tisk me. Tanned hides. 72. That's actually not bad. We can do quite a bit with that. But I will wait. During routine testing. Yeah, there's a big sign that says, do not stand stationary on bridge during routine bridge opening and closing tests. They're just in such awe of the glorious colors it has. I need to make a stockpile for... I need to, like, make this into an actual crafting zone. The, like, inconsistent ugliness of this area bothers me. But, let's say that this dwarf right here is curses. Welcome to the fort. Also, I totally missed this, but Socket Moon. I'm glad the tutorials have been helpful, dude. Here's friend. Happy to help. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He is extremely confident in his decisions when in situations requiring his skills, has a very calm demeanor, and he has little interest in joking around, is slow to trust others, and can handle stress. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he becomes very rigid when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering skill. Personally, does not think one way or another about leisure time, and has no kills. His very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his short hair is neatly combed. He has a scratchy voice, and his amethyst close set. His eyes are close set, and his eyelashes are quite long. His somewhat broad ears are free-lobed, and his nose is somewhat narrow, and his hair is goldenrod, and his skin is cinnamon. Let's go raccoon with matches. Raccoon with matches, you're a lady mace lord. And she does not find most jokes humorous. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She is slow to anger and tends to share her experiences and thoughts with others, and she rarely feels discouraged. She often is envious of others and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she tries to keep things orderly. She occasionally overindulges, and she is quite ambitious, and she is curious and eager to learn, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, sees the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and sees maintaining decorum as a silly, fumbling waste of time, and does not care about friendship. She likes bismuth, bronze, and mangrove wood, and strangler leather, pigtail fabric and the color ash gray, gems and backpacks, and beds and bracelets, and splints and pigs for their sense of smell, and giant bats for their terrifying features, in the words of the Belted Barricade, and the tresses of the words of the Belted Barricade of tresses. Oh wow, and the Tulp songs, and the sight of the Aquamarine of orbs. Ponder orb, and when possible prefers to consume cave fish, finger mullet beer, and quinoa seeds, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You did have a dead one. This is true. This is Faded Bravo. By the way, you're most likely going to die in the military. It's an FYI. Sees others as selfish and conniving, and is concerned only with matters practical to the situation at hand, with absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion. He is often sad and dejected, and he when action is necessary, and he can be very single-minded. He enjoys being in crowds and occasionally overindulges. He has an active sense of humor, and he likes a little excitement now and again, and is pleased by his appearance and talents, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a sense of duty and doesn't handle stress well. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds friendship burdensome. He likes dolomite and electrum and pyrope and the color vermilion, gems and bolts and hoods, and reindeer for their large herds, and giant Rius macaws for their mischief, and the words of the ignited brain, and the sound of the chartreuse chants. When possible, prefers to consume blackberry wine, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. No, I don't need some rando person going the fort. Thank you. All right. More. I was scrolling quickly, and for a second there, I thought that this dwarf was sitting in lava. I was very concerned for that dwarf's health, for that bear's health, not dwarf. Kira live. You're live. How about this kiddo? Kira, you feel fondness when speaking with an acquaintance, are quite happy. Your dad is Curses, and your mother is Avus, who's a cook. And he dislikes obligations, and will try to avoid being bound by them, like most kids. He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, and he is curious and eager to learn, often feels envious of others, and often feels lustful. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and isn't particularly ambitious, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tries to keep his things orderly. And he tends to stare unwaveringly when he's speaking to somebody. He clicks his tongue repeatedly when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally values good craftsmanship, finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, doesn't particularly respect commerce, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Dreams of creating a great work of art, likes black bronze, rose quartz, green glass, pigtail paper, the color brass, and when possible prefers to consume sloth bear, and spotted ratfish, and dwarven beer. I've never seen a sloth bear in Dwarfort. His very long beard is braided. His very long sideburns are braided. His long mustache is neatly combed. There's vomit on the floor. His long hair is braided, and his head is somewhat narrow. His hair is goldenrod, and his skin is burnt umber, and his eyes are amethyst. That's a naked poet. Well, some things never change. Any tips on getting to know dwarves better? You can never remember even their name. Give them nicknames. Like, how do you make dwarves more memorable? How do you get to know dwarves better? So, my favorite statement here is like, little series of indie films. Lord of the Rings? You may have heard of them. They've made a couple splashes in the early 2000s. Some people have seen them. You may have also heard about the little novels that they were based on. I heard they were all right. Anyway, in Lord of the Rings, jokes aside, you don't follow every single soldier in every single settlement, right? You have like a dozen main characters. right? So how do you get to know your dwarves better? Make some main characters. You know, like, do I necessarily know every single one of these dwarves? No. Do I know that Lyagushka was once a librarian in this fort and then became a baroness? Yeah. Do I know that Salty Tempest is now permanently in prison after being one of my best soldiers and slowly going insane due to PTSD? Yeah, I know that. Do I know that Ironboot kicked a forgotten beast in the head until it died? Yeah, I know that. I mean, in comparison to the way, like, modern films are made, yeah, they were kind of quaint films. So, also, apparently this dwarf still has a pet turkey, who is dead. Rest in peace, pet turkey. So that's my advice. I've probably missed some people. Let me scroll back up. I'll ask for a dwarf. Safe keeps and Darius. Give you a dwarf, but immediately geld him? That's not possible without mods. So I can't do that. Safe keeps. Safe keeps, the outpost liaison, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and rarely looks on others with lust. Feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he has a calm demeanor. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. Isn't given to flights of fancy, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is slow to trust others and can handle stress, and often feels discouraged. Becomes very focused during conversations, and when he's angry, he has a menacing stare. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, sees the whole pursuit of art silly, and respects the development of his skill. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and likes talc, rose gold, morion, and pecan wood, and gauntlets, quivers, and alligators for the sound. Wait. Alligators for their strength, and the words of the quiescent play, and the sound of the periwinkle of smiling, and the sight of the periwinkle of blossoming. I thought I was going insane for a second there. And when possible, he prefers to consume emperor penguin and giant kangaroo. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustaches is neatly combed. His short hair is neatly combed, and he has a high voice, and his sepia skin is wrinkled, and his ears are slightly fattened, and his nose is slightly hooked. His hair is cinnamon. Is it weird that I just want to give Elfie a jaguar cub? Which checks out. Because and the reason this checks out, Elfie, is because we stole your parents from elves, and you have paw beans. Naming the cub Elfie Beans. She never falls in love, or develops positive feelings towards anything. Sounds like a cat. She could be considered rude. Sounds like a cat. And often acts with compassion. Okay. Doesn't focus on material goods. Sure. And doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Checks out. Does not often feel lustful. Okay. And often feels discouraged. Kangaroos should be war trainable. It's very, 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 very easy to mod any creature in the game to be war trainable. You literally just need to go into your game raws and change one. You need to comment something out, basically. It's literally like copy paste, like a word. Do I know how to do it, or can I tell you? No, but if you look it up on the wiki, you can figure it out pretty quickly. Some random dude wants to entertain my citizens. I mean, might actually be nude. Wants to entertain my citizens, and I'm gonna say no. All right, so I have Darius to name now. Let's have a bit of fun with this, shall we? Let's just imagine that Kyriot Live's younger brother, Darius, I think I spelled your name right, is being named after the captain of the guard who died. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he occasionally overindulges and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. And he takes little interest in joking around, and he is trusting, and he doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to cling to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He is interested in what others think of him, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is assertive, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And he begins to stammer when he becomes exasperated. He always points at others when he's greeting them, and he laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed, and he inhales sharply when he's angry. And he stiffens up when he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values family and values eloquence and views loyalty unfavorably and respects perseverance. He likes salt lake pewter and faint yellow diamond, keel leather and linen fabric, slabs and scepters, and dogs for their loyalty, and tick men for their ability to expand, and the sight of the tenebris wonder, and when possible prefers to consume char, two-humped camel, and cheese, and soft wheat beer, and lentils, and hates bark scorpions. I like lentils. His somewhat short nose is upturned. His medium-length beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his slightly rounded amethyst eyes are slightly wide-set. And his nose bridge is convex. His hair is tan with some cinnamon. Lastly, I got somebody I want to name. Everybody's favorite Madame Stonecutter. Stone. A.K.A. the Jors Wall. The full name. Who's currently calling some prepared kidney. Bear kidney. Grizzly bear kidney. Oh, really? You crashed DF. What'd you do? Is it something you think you could repeat, or was it just kind of random? He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She is easily moved to mercy and has a calm demeanor. She likes to brawl, and she is quite ambitious. Often, and she's sitting at a chair without a table. Maybe I need to make more tables and chairs. She values friendship, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is not particularly interested in... Why do I keep reading that same line? She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She often greets others with a hug. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. She likes galena, silver, and cat's eye. There's more vomit on the floor. Querns, clouds, and large gems. And the words of the ignited brain and the sight of the skirts of wonder, and when possible prefers to consume apricot, wine, and donkey's milk. And hates fire snakes. She is fat, and her very long hair is braided. Her teeth are crowded. Her nose is somewhat broad. Her pale brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is cinnamon, and her eyes are aquamarine. And safe keeps is her dad. You're 40 years old. 1X hallway with massive combat going on it? Oh boy. Yeah, who knows? Druid Fingler. Fingler? I've seen your name before and I never know how to say it. Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Cheers, friend. Round of beers and all that shenanigans. Okay. So let's try and make my dwarves slightly happier with the current fortress. So right now, it's not particularly happy. One of the people I want to make happier is Panda, who is our glorious boss of the fort. So we're going to try and make this a little nicer. Not much of a chat talker? Well, cheers. Feel free to lurk as much as you like, or as little as you like. Just thanks for being around. Because I want Panda to be happy with her tomb. Right now, Panda not happy with her tomb, so we need to improve Panda tomb. Yeah, I mean, right now you have a burial chamber, but you need a grand mausoleum. And then we're gonna slowly start working our way through these other nobles. Oh boy. I feel like I should just make like a noble apartment block and just like give them all like an artifact or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The problem is like they're also all in the military, so whenever the second I send them out to go do anything else, they're all gonna lose all of their assignments and I'm gonna have to reassign them. Just gonna be fun. It's been a weird stream so far today. You know, Twitch kind of broke for a minute there. Maybe it was because of all of the hype chats. But then we also had, like, kind of a lot of hype chats in comparison to any number of hype chats I've ever seen before, which is, like, I think there was more hype chats today than I've had in my entire career on Twitch since they added hype chats. So that's kind of funny. So, today's been weird so far. It was after the Twitch break started, but I'm still blaming the hype chats. I think it's a fair thing to blame, honestly. And it's Gamescom week. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting my views to be down this week because I'm assuming everybody's watching Gamescom something or another every day. Like, yesterday views sucked because everybody was watching Opening Night Live. Or a lot of people were, anyway. I mean, like, a lot of the, like, games journalists I know that stream on Twitch, like, had, like, quadruple their normal view count because, like, that's what people watch them for. Like, announcements and shit, so. People like me, we just kind of get squished when that happens. I think I should make my tavern not public. It's a lot of visitors. Like, maybe have a public tavern, but, like, make it far away. Also, did this complete enough value? Yes, it is. Still working on it. Let's go up here. Ravings. Also, let's jump over to that squad. These guys down here, because they've got leather armor set. Sweet. So they all get leather shields now. Maybe we'll just do that. We'll just do leather shields because it's better to have, like, some armor than nothing. With lava in it, with built-in lava and outside of the burrow. I mean, I could just build it above the lava, like, holder, above the drawbridge, and then just pull a lever occasionally. But, like, maybe, I don't know. We're actually, like, the burrow isn't on permanently or anything. That's something that's worth noting. So, do leather shields just have no sprite? I don't think I've used leather shields in this version. Because apparently, like, they've all equipped... Apparently they've all equipped these shields now, but I'm not seeing them. There's Zon. Okay, that's the wrong Zon. Oh wait, no, they're there. Maybe? No, it's a copper buckler. I've seen ballista arrowheads. So I would say that is not normal. Yeah, so this dwarf has a leopard leather shield and also an iron scimitar, which is kind of cool. But yeah, there's no... And he's also crying. That's a shame. How's the stream going? Pretty okay, Sleepy. And yourself? One was wearing 3 gloves. I mean, weirder things have happened. As long as it says they're wielding the shields. Let's also do leather helm. Leather. Yeah, I guess that's all we really need is leather helms. It's like, yeah, I mean, we could just go with 20 of those. 20 of those. Can always just butcher some more things. That's a massive assumption for you to make. That stream's going good. I mean, it's going. What's up, Taylor? Still cleaning up from yesterday? What was I cleaning up from? I'll have you know that this fortress is still in perfect working order, and nothing bad has ever happened. There's nothing that we need to clean up from. There we go. I do need to make more portals, though. I never said the stream was going good. But you do make a valid point. I feel called out. No, my eyes hurt like all hell. My neck hurts. I got almost hit by a truck yesterday. I'm barely holding it together over here, frankly. So, no, I'm pretty horrible, actually. Like, on a personal level, I'm pretty fucking terrible as of late. But getting by. Still not dead. But you asked, so there you go. This is why I always say, don't ever ask how I'm doing, because the answer is never going to be positive. It's been a long time since I've been consistently in a good state. December, January, February were okay. But yeah, I don't know. Get well soon. Hopefully.
Food, frighteningly. Food is hand.
Can all say get well soon. Yeah, it's like about the last few years. But anyway, hope you're doing well, Taylor. Very soon? As soon at your leisure. Get well at your leisure. How's that? And we're hit by ads. But yeah, I'm okay. I've been worse. But good. I don't know. We'll see. Literally just sitting here and waiting for 90 seconds. So nobody misses anything. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. I really wish I wouldn't get, like, immediately DMCA takedowned if I put up, like, you know, the Jeopardy music. Work hosted a birthday lunch for 3 employees, so that was one. Oh, that's nice of them. Last Mirthful Fort, everyone got beat up. Rip. Did you at least get to see some cool Mirthful critters? Do 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 do. Actually, no, maybe I don't want to do that, because if I do that, then people will unsubscribe so they see ads so they don't have to hear me sing that. Yeah, get well at your leisure, yes. Get well at your leisure. No time pressure. Nobody can handle time pressure. All right, well, my leatherworks industry is up and rolling now. Today, the day everybody discovers that feature exists. Thanks for the $3.50 or whatever 70% of $5 is. Aaron. Many fairy remains? Is that what you're saying? Well, could be worse. What's up, iComic? It's good to see you, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like such a weird person on this website because there's so much content out there that's just like overwhelming positivity at all times, right? And then there's me where I'm like mixed to negative on a good day. It's like I'm a bit of a pessimist, kind of a douche sometimes. And I feel like it's super not the norm to the point where like people get like caught off guard by me sometimes. But I don't know. Realist, I suppose. Nihilist, I think, maybe more. Finally getting this room paved. Can make a clothing and armor stockpile. Which is something I've needed to do for a while. In Steam review terms? Chat, explain your mental status currently in Steam review terms. Mixed to mostly positive for me. Uh-oh. Hammer Dwarf scratched the naturalist in the left lower leg. This is, me assuming that naturalist is a criminal. You have a lot of dwarves in prisons right now. Got Kib, who's miserable. We got Yushirir, who's one of my recruits, who repents. That's actually really good. You want dwarves to repent when they go to prison. We got this dwarf who feels affection when speaking with a friend. I guess these two are becoming friends while in prison. Prison buddies. This one's repentant. That's good. Off-topic review activity detected, yes. Slightly negative. Mixed. Chat's just like, everybody here's just mixed. Positivity, the positivity was actually a negative after some time. Yeah, I've been a heavy proponent for years that overwhelming positivity at all times is unsustainable. Like, I'm gonna use this as an example, right? Evening TV. Something like Conan O'Brien, right? They're only on for like a few hours. So it's really easy to do that when it's only like so let's say you stream for like 3 hours a day. And you stream 3 days a week or 4 days a week. Very possible to just be super happy and put on a show for that 3 hours. Like a friend of mine, Unsanity Live, right? Super positive, happy dude all the fucking time when he's streaming. He's not actually that happy in real life, but he only streams for like 3.5, 4 hours when he streams. And he streams like twice a week. Sometimes he'll stream a couple more times, but he doesn't stream that often or for that long. So it's very easy to put on a show when you're not on that much or when you're behind some sort of like disguise. Like another example would be like VTubers or something where like it's not you, it's a character that you're playing. Then it's a lot easier to do that. If you're somebody who's just being yourself, it's almost impossible to do that sustainably. I think that's kind of the difference there. It's like if you're playing a character or are not on very often for super large amounts of time, it's much easier to keep that kind of attitude up sustainably. But it becomes rapidly less sustainable the more you're on and the longer periods of time you're on. From Poison, well, it was in the 90s. Happiness is only a temporary chemical imbalance of the true state of mind. Well, I mean, then like, what ends up happening shortly after achieving happiness is you cease being satisfied with what you have. And then you want more, and that's why capitalism exists. That's why people are constantly dissatisfied. This is going to be a clothing stockpile. By that, I mean a non-armor, no shields armor stockpile, because clothing stockpiles are weird. Oops. Didn't want to erase part of it, so figured this just remaking it would be quicker. All right, armor, everything, but no metal, no shields. Also gonna do a thing real quick. I'm just going to make sure that none of these stockpiles have bins. I'm gonna make some lead bins because I'm pretty sure I have a surplus of lead again. Silver, yes. 429, yes. So let's make lead bin. Let's make 250 of them. All right, so now that I've done that, I'll make the outpost liaison's quarters. I'm gonna do that right here. Be a significantly nicer and bigger bedroom in comparison to the normal bedrooms, but not, like, ridiculously large. Your spoon fell into your soup. That is ultimate sadness. Some of the talk around about how happiness is the kind of talk that makes it seem that normal people are always happy. It's not the case. Well, I mean, I guess at that point, then you have to define what is normal, right? Like, I mean, so one of the reasons I refuse to use Instagram is because of the way it shows a very unclear portion of people, right? And it promotes the worst kind of positivity. Instagram specifically, I find very, very difficult to look at, because when I'm looking at it, all it looks like to me is that everybody else is happier than me. And that's why I lasted about 90 minutes on Instagram before I was like, this is worse than Facebook. I know that, like, a lot of people really like Instagram. Maybe, like, they find that positivity motivating or something. I find it, like, hyper demotivating. Like, I find it to be, like, the polar opposite. Let's go all the way to there. These will be like the beginning of our noble bedrooms. Cat's an artist on Instagram. Fair enough. I mean, whatever works for you. It was also kind of funny. I was talking with a group of people ages ago. Like, I say ages ago, like 6 months ago. Where they asked me, like, what social media do you have? And I was like, well, I'm on Mastodon, and I generally ignore everything else. And they immediately asked me if I was a furry. Because there's a large furry presence on Mastodon. It's like, no. I'm on Mastodon because people actually talk to people on Mastodon. Unlike every other social media service I've ever used. Which is, like, kind of weird in comparison to other social media platforms. But I don't know. Tough topic. That much is the truth. Tough topic. You miss MySpace. You still have your own space. It's where you live. Yeah, I love... I should really, like, get better at, like, pausing the game while I'm designating stuff so that this doesn't happen. Like, the game used to automatically pause when you were doing anything like this. Convert for the secret furry-only social media. Wouldn't that just be, like, exclusive, though? That would just be mean. Like, unless it's a dating app, like, I don't think any social media should be exclusive. Especially, like, open source ones. Although, then again, I guess you could be on a private instance for Mastodon, which is essentially exclusive, but still, technically, I could follow you. Unless you block follows, in which point, then, fair enough. Exclusiveness is just how you get echo chambers, which doesn't really help anybody. It's called Blue Sky. I kind of don't like Blue Sky, mate. Like, I'm in Blue Sky, but, like, mostly just to have a bsky.social that's my name so nobody else takes it. At this point, I will believe it when it becomes something. Why are make glass crafts not an option? I feel like you should be able to make glass rings and scepters. I want to be able to make glass pipes! And not just because I'm a stoner. Although technically you can make glass tubes, which are not really pipes, but Yeah, I don't know. Good question. I don't have an answer for you. Well, you can follow me on Blue Sky if you want, and occasionally I'll post stuff. Very occasionally. Blue Sky is very good at helping you forget that Blue Sky exists. The reason I'm kind of interested in Blue Sky is I want more decentralized social media in the vein of the Fediverse and Mastodon on their own protocols, because having competing protocols is not a bad thing. It forces people to innovate, which is why I think Blue Sky is kind of interesting. I don't really like Jack Dorsey. Also, like, he's done a pretty good job, like, kind of forgetting that it exists himself. So, I don't know. He's, like, not much better than Musk, if at all. Threads, I do actually forget exists. And then every now and again, I'll see a streamer, they'll be like, follow me on Threads. And I'll be like, yeah, what now? It's like, I beg your friggin' pardon? Oh, man, I shouldn't put wood in here. I might actually just dump everything in this stockpile right now just to get all this stupid wood armor out of here. Totally forgot about those. You know, there was a pretty good thread I saw this morning that had quite a lot of reposts for Mastodon, which literally was just, in 2016, Mastodon exists. Mainstream journalists on Twitter. But does it scale? Question mark. 2017, big Twitter exodus. Bunch of people join Mastodon. Mastodon still exists. Journalists on Twitter. But does it scale? And had like links to all of these articles talking about whether or not it will scale. And it like goes right up until current day. X is getting fucking stupid. Journalists on X. Mastodon exists. Journalists. But does it scale? It's more of a, can I get as many followers as I currently have on X as fast as I do on X on Mastodon? It's like, no. I mean, I have almost 2,000 followers on Twitter. And like 500 on Mastodon. But the difference is if I post something on Mastodon, I'll have 2 people talk to me in a couple minutes. It's actually nice. Nice to, you know, speak to people on a social platform. And also, it's nice to be on a social platform that generally doesn't allow ad posting, which means you don't, like, half the posts aren't hashtag ad, which is also really nice. And then there's people who are just like, but the admins can read your emails or your DMs. It's like, well, only if you enable that, 1. And 2, not on all instances. So find an instance where they don't do that. That's not too hard to do. All the big default ones, they can't. Yeah, and then meanwhile, Twitter, after Elon Musk took over Twitter, their chief of business and data posted a thread after he quit saying that they'd been asking him for years to turn on a feature that would allow them to literally track you like on a GPS map and tell how far you walked into stores, because like one of their ad purchasing companies wanted to know how far into the stores people were walking. It's like, I don't know. If you're that concerned about Mastodon, fucking run your own instance. And follow other people and don't let anybody join yours. Problem solved. It'll take a little bit longer to like get a good feed of hashtags going, but like, you can do it. Anyway, sorry about the Twitter talk. I know nobody likes hearing about this shit. Let's make some lead chests. Make like 80 of them. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you might as well just go use Telegram, and good luck with that. Or Signal. Which, I mean, I guess if you're just using it to talk to one or two people, it's not that bad, but... Hello, Blue Owl. Welcome to the channel. I mean, here, I've got... I don't know if you're on Mastodon, but here, I've got an account for you to follow. Find this account. Scroll down until I find it. They post pretty frequently. Literally is like just posts whenever Twitter does something dumb. They haven't posted today. Go figure. Anyway, I'm sure you can find it. It's just called Today on Twitter. Play Dwarf Fort. Companies are not to be trusted with any amount of data. No, I know. Because they can and will sell it. But hey, if we all get a ham license and start using public airwaves, then we can talk to Sir Mix-a-Lot. Sorry, but that's my favorite factoid about random rappers nobody cares about. Is that Sir Mix-a-Lot is an active user of fucking ham radio. Speaking of things being cheap, do you remember the giant flashing X sign they put on the Twitter building? Last Twitter thing I want to talk about. City of San Francisco was like, yo, what the fuck? We need to inspect this sign. And Twitter head office was like, no, fuck off. And then San Francisco was like, hey, no, like, we actually need to inspect this sign. And they were like, no, fuck off. So they fined them $750. This is the maximum fine they could fine them for not letting them inspect the sign. They should have added a couple extra zeros onto that. Anyway, speaking of whom, you going to PAX? Going to his concert at PAX. Whose concert at PAX? Is Sir Mix-a-Lot performing at PAX? I don't know. I'm not going to any concerts at PAX now. No, thank you. I'm good. Don't know who that is. Not particularly interested. Hey, look, humans have arrived. We should trade with them. I go to enough concerts. I don't need to go to more. Let's make sure that you guys are equipped. Leather armor. There we go. Getting leather helms and such. Yeah, I don't particularly care for rap to begin with. And nerdcore is not something I listen to. I'm good. Got how to make ceramic flutes. That's a sentence I never thought I'd see you write. But cool. Seems like a neat gig. Sell these human a bunch of wooden arrows that we got very inconspicuously. The elves just like keep leaving them on our front patio. It's very strange of them. We don't know why we have all these generous donations. Anyway, here, have our trade goods. Spoils of war, if you will. So much random shit. These elves are very indecisive, and just like every single elf is wearing a different type of wooden shoe. It's like it's a different type of wood on every soldier. I think I should just be able to sell socks and get away with it. You know, it's funny. There's some people who really complain about how clicky the UI is on the game right now. This is the one part that does kind of bother me. Those should just be melted. Like, there should just be a yes to all button. There we go. 903 trade goods. I'm just using my audio interface, which has an amplifier in it, which is a Zoom U44. So I don't use one specifically for headphones. Yeah, I mean, just some more select all buttons. I don't really need like I mean, a collapse all button would be nice, but I mostly just need a select all button because I can already search, which is good enough. To sell by wear thing, yeah. You could do that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in the stock screen. It only works in the trading screen. Don't ask me why. It used to work in all screens. I'm going to put an ad here on Discord to notify people that Twitch is loading now. You would rather have wrist-damaging stuff fixed in this game before nearly anything else? That's not a controversial take. Pretty common take, actually. But the problem is that stuff is the stuff that takes the longest to fix. Because, I don't know, Putnam's talked about this before, but like, simply put, that stuff is the stuff that will take the longest to fix. So I don't think that's a controversial take. MB Audio, hello. Good to see you. But it's also the stuff that Putnam is working on, right? Got another Baroness visiting. I'm just going to let all of these items be carried over while the ads run, which are about to run. Because there's 744 items that need to show up here. And we need tanned hides, which means I'm going to slaughter some livestock. Because I need leather. Leather suddenly became a pretty valuable trade good for me. Because I'm using it to make armor and clothing. The concept of monkey leather is kind of terrifying. That's like, oh, it's monkey leather. Meaning it like looks like a monkey. A monkey suit. Also, this is kind of a weird behind-the-scenes Twitch thing, but if somebody cheers bits in my chat, and I look at my revenue stats for the day, it updates immediately. Like, I refresh the screen, immediately that money is, like, registered as there for that day. Somebody subscribes or gifts a sub, takes about an hour or so to pop up. If somebody uses Hype Chat, it takes, like, a day and a half. I don't know why that is, but it's weird to me. Like, you'd think that the processing would be, like, similar on all these. But have a good day at work, Tailing. Best of luck lurking at work. Okay, let's see if I can start trading. We're going to buy all of the metal bars that they brought. Buy all of the cut gems that they brought. Buy all of the pickaxes, because I can barely make those myself. Buy the shields and the bucklers, because those are dwarf size. I'll start buying the leather. We're going to start the trade. Keep waiting. You're a more active participant at work? Huh. Yeah, no, but like I would expect like subs to be similar to Hype Chat then. But it's just weird that Hype Chat just takes so much longer than the subs. So think on your bits in the stock markets, where they send it to you. I mean, true. I mean, someone could buy like $500 in bits and let it sit in their account for 6 months. You know? Like there was one time, one of the weirdest things that ever happened to me on Twitch. This was a good number of years ago. This was like before I was partnered. I was streaming Surviving Mars, and this guy who didn't follow me, who I'd never seen before, popped up in my chat. Was constantly using Ninja's emotes and mentioned that he was one of Ninja's mods. And then proceeded to cheer $600 in bits because I can't remember why, but the topic of conversation came up that like the biggest cheer badge was like $300 in bits or something, and said that that was an offense, and then just mentioned, well, I mean, I had some extra bits on my account anyway. I then later saw this person in Ninja's chat with like one of the highest bits badges, and I literally haven't seen that person since. I think they prime subbed too. But, like, legit haven't seen that person since. Some extra bits. Yeah. It's like, whoa. So I guess some people just have bits sitting in their account. We're supposed to slaughter that water buffalo. Come on, game. A rare Twitch whale sighting. Not to insult people who have disposable income, but we have some of those around here too. Although one of them deleted his account. I don't know if any of you guys remember Jazz, who was around this chat quite a bit, cheering quite a lot and gifting quite a lot of subs. He deleted his account. I haven't seen him. I hadn't seen him in a while, and I was like, I wonder what happened to him. And I like looked up his account name. It's like, yeah, his account's gone. It's like, huh. Someone wailed himself out of existence. Hope he's doing okay. Got a clother who's claimed a clothing shop. Artifact is being constructed. Yeah, I mean, like, it's always the question of, like, it's like sometimes people just disappear, right? And I won't see them for 6 months and they'll pop back. Sometimes people just disappear and I'll literally never see them again. And it's always is it something I said? Did you get bored of the games I play? Did you die? Like, what happened? Especially because, like, a week before, like, I literally, like, didn't call him out in chat, but was like, yo, dude, that's a lot of money. Like, take care of yourself first. He goes, oh, don't worry about me. I'm fine. So, I don't know. It was weird. Had to go into Twitch witness protection. Twitchness protection. Axeman is visiting. Hello, Arrow, how are you? I like how these are considered spoils of war. That's why they're purple. We will buy their books. The scrolls. I'm gonna say the rest of the leathers, but I literally can't. Cloth, but I literally can't buy it all because it's too expensive. It must be the cave spider silk in there or something. Leather's pretty cheap, but cave spider silk cloth is like very expensive. Longfin Mako shark leather, cool. From themselves, yeah, probably. Bison. I mean, dude, like, gifted like 300 subs in a month. And also, like, maybe $500 in bits a month. I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. It's like Lead? No, the lead part. The I or LSL or ISI part is confusing me. But thank you very much. Means a lot. Thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I don't know. I've had to, like, tell people to stop throwing money at me before. It's like, you are throwing an amount of money at me that is making me uncomfortable, so it's clearly too much. Stop it. Which is always a weird thing to have to do. Like, I kind of wish I could block people from giving me money at times. You've been on stream while I was doing that? Yeah. Can't you now with the new Twitch feature? I can literally ban people, yeah. But banning people isn't what I mean. Also, hi, Diamond. Banning people forces them to stop seeing my stream, but people who are being very generous, I don't want to force them to stop watching me. Bitrate for streamer, take a day off? Why? Do you want me to take a day off? Just curious. I don't have a number. I need to work because streamer needs to pay bills. Is the current status. All of these anvils. Meat, fish, berries. The humans bring good stuff to trade. I like trading with the humans. $50,000? I mean, realistically, no. I mean, if somebody were to throw that amount of money, I would probably just stream longer. All right, let's do that. Let's go spike. Okay, I was gonna say, I guess those must all be played, or I don't have access to. We're melting steel bolts one at a time. What are we at right now? Let me see what we're at for paying subs for the month. We're getting real close. On the month so far, we've had 326 total paid subs. We need that number to hit 350 by the last day of the month. Which means we're almost there, and we're still in like the top 1.9% of Twitch partners. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna swap both of these guys over to leather armor. We're just gonna do that. Lytast meets with the Keeper of the Seal. And they say, Noble Dwarf, there's much to discuss. What a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. And that clother has begun a mysterious construction. I thought they were going to ask me about what I wanted to trade for. The answer is no. Seals, yeah, the seal does not need to be in the lava. This is true. Seals like water. I will buy the paper sheets. I mean, I can think of a few. You just burnt down your fort? Excellent. Sounds like fun. Idan has created Sholkik Rotig Kebonok, a llama wool headscarf, and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. I think we give that. You know what? I'm going to give this bone helm to Panda. But let's go take a look at this. Oh shit, it actually has a sprite. I didn't know that headscarves have sprites. This is a llama wool headscarf. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with llama wool and encircled with bands of fine pewter and Vega cut wax, opals, and orange wood. It is made from llama wool cloth and menaces with spikes of llama wool and bitter orange wood and diorite. On the item is an image of a long six-sided prisms in grizzly bear leather. On the item is an image of Hellblush, the mysterious plate, the frilly sheepwool skirt, and Galena. Also, you need a new cloak. Another Cyclops has come. This one's named Estest. E-Test. Sostented something, because there's clothes in the way. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. Let's pause the game. And I'm going to also give you this. And that scarf, if I can find it. There it is. Okay. Let's find this eyeballer. No relationships. Well, that's interesting. Not related to any of the other critters we've killed. Personality. It's 343 years old. We're going to send these squads to go bonk them. The frilly split thing that has the image of it on. I mean, that checks out. Somebody's whistling outside. Unpleasant sound. Some migrants have decided to brave this terrifying place knowing it may be their tomb. Are you one of these? Craftsdwarf has been found dead. Where? Oh, I see. I missed that. Totally missed the Craftsdwarf. That the duder here just bonked to death. That's gonna be 2 probably, I would assume. Yep, that's 2. Well, that's unfortunate. Also, I'm gonna make 150 cloth cloaks. Is chasing the Baroness of Channel Braids. Is chasing the Baron Consort of Clan Trade. These are all nobles just running around outside. There goes Nil's teeth. Well, hopefully your spouse doesn't mind. Single eyeballer. But waiting on my military to show up. They're probably going a very indirect route. They probably ran all the way to where it showed up initially. Oh, here they come. Here comes Dakost, who is stunned and bleeding and getting knocked backwards. Gonatank also shows up. Neither of these dwarves have killed anything before, so you're a competent spear dwarf and a novice hammer dwarf, and you're a novice swords dwarf. Well, the competent spear dwarf dies. Gonatank seems to be in just about the same situation. Rest in peace to our militia commander for that squad, Gonatank. Time to replace you with somebody less incompetent, I guess. Let's throw you in. English is not here yet, but Kavish is a skilled spear dwarf who is dueling and now is heavy bleeding. Seriously injured. Wow, this might be the most dwarves I've lost to a Cyclops in a very long time. It doesn't have 2 eyes. It has a really big eye, okay? It just has 2 pupils for some reason. This dwarf is unconscious. The Cyclops is overexerted. Where's the rest of my friggin' military? I mean, that's a cat. That's not military. Game. Like, genuine question. All right. So I've got an unconscious dwarf who's seriously injured. And a seriously injured, overexerted, bleeding creature. Unconscious dwarf is now probably going to die pretty soon, if I were to assume. Oh, nope, not dead yet. Okay, here comes somebody else. This is an adequate hammer dwarf. Are you going to assist and actually do something of note? There we go. Creature is now dead. And hopefully somebody's coming to assist the wounded. That is the most dwarves I've lost to a weak enemy in a very long time. There we go. Chief Medical Dwarf on their way. Yeah, it's a big black pupil with 2 white bits on either side. Anyways, rest in peace to Ghana Tank. You died gloriously. At least Kivish made it. Yeah, no, I mean, the last squads that tried to get that secret book all died, so. Like right here. Those are all, this is where we last died. There's also a chance. We also had poor luck attacking this one, and a bunch of people got captured, so. So many prisoners. A lot of those are artifacts, not prisoners, but the other ones have a lot of prisoners, yeah. No. Rusty. We've not succeeded in that yet. We did succeed in making the bridge bigger, though. That's kind of cool. Trying to get this dwarf tended to. Get them back to training. See who I can replace you with. You're an adequate axe dwarf. And next person with some skills gets the gig. Legendary spear dwarf. Get in there. I mean, making us into a necromancer is the actual goal here. The mass murder of like our own faction is like just a side hustle for funsies, you know. The other thing that I need to do is over here, cloth and leather stockpile. Relique, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Good to see you, dude. Thanks for sticking around and helping us hit that 350. Okay, let's do this, and you're going to be a cloth stockpile. Cloth that's also going to allow why am I not seeing leather? Or am I crazy? Oh, duh. There's this big old section that I just couldn't see for some reason. Yeah, we can do that. I think we'll make, I mean, for clarity's sake, if you're not subscribed and you want to support this stream, or you have a gifted sub and you want to support this stream, the best way you can do that is subscribing this month and next month. The best way you can help this stream currently. That will go further than just about anything else. We only need about 40 of these on here. Same with this, we only need about 40. But, you know, the view count has been dropping literally every month, so I think we'll be likely to make it this year. I don't expect to make it again next year, though, at the rate we're going. Unless, like, there's a huge turnaround in the next couple months. Which I'm not really expecting, so... Well, we're out of melt designated items. That's fine. Need to melt some anvils then. Well, let's make some bronze. It's for clay. No, not black bronze. Make bronze. Oh, no, totally. Yeah, you know, it's kind of sad. I can't actually look at my stats anymore. It just makes me upset. Like, going from 1,100 to 1,400 concurrent viewers for the first, like, 15 days of December, down to 450 average by mid-January is just hard to look at. Like, genuinely, it's just hard to look at. Like, yeah, it's kind of to be expected, which... You always expect it to be less of a drop, right? Or hope it to be less of a drop. Let's do that, and then this. And then we're going to set these as bedrooms. Although, let's do this. This can be assigned to the outpost liaison, safe keeps. We're gonna work on increasing these. Value. I mean, my goal from launch was, I was hoping that my Twitch numbers would stay around 250 to 300. But we'll see. I don't think we'll get back up there anytime soon. Maybe with City Skylines release, but who knows. It's great, isn't it? The soundtrack to this game, it's fantastic. Quite like the way lead cabinets look, or lead chests rather. Clear glass stuff also looks real nice. It looks like it's made of steel. Single kitten. Dwarves are in custody. Well, I mean, it's a given. Wow, we're still just like moving cloth into here. Got grizzly leather armor. That's pretty badass. Elkbird leather buckler. Oh, that's cool. Hopefully they're friendly grizzly bear women and men that get along well enough with your dwarves. They're tagged as wild animal. Yeah, that means they'll probably fight with your dwarves. Start throwing clear glass into these open spaces. Which was the plan? See, do we have any ghosts floating around currently? Answer that is probably yes. There already is a metal version of Drinking Industry, I think. Pretty sure that there was, I saw a cover for that pop up. Somebody help out Bison here with the ads. But they stop getting caught in ads. We could put another little dining hall right here, or an extension to the tavern. Thanks, Gunna Tank. Appreciate you, friend. That's not what I wanted to do. And we're going to attach it to the tavern. And Tyron Des, thank you very much for the Prime for 6 months. Appreciate you, friend. Keeping that sub alive. Now there's no need to be annoyed at ads. We've solved this problem. Okay, more space for dwarves to eat. What's up, Tyler? Just got here. The goal is to make dark books, and what do dark books do if somebody wouldn't mind explaining? Dwarf Fortress has Necronomicons, which allow you to like learn the secrets of life and death, which allow you to resurrect undead. Thanks for the $1. Suited giraffe. But in order to do that, you have to attack necromancers who are quite strong. Who also have quite strong creatures that like work under them. So that makes it rather difficult to attack them. I've got quite a few objects that need melting. Add some more melt metal object jobs. Yeah, no, I'm seeking Necronomicons is what I'm doing. It's a lot of green glass discs. Pearl ash. Apparently I'm out of pearl ash. Not that hard to believe, but potash from ash, make pearl ash, make... Okay, there we go. 1,000 of each of these. Also, good lord, there's a lot of crap growing down here. Let's actually gather all this stuff, because there's actually pigtails here for right now. Also chop these down, because they're easy and free. Right here. Might as well. I'm almost tempted to start doing dimple dye, but eh. It's effort. This is kind of like my natural mushroom farm. Just realized I kind of don't have a well anywhere in this fort. Which is kind of shitty of me. I'm a bad dwarf overseer. I mean, I have a water source. It's this. I've got several, actually. I do have several water sources. My fort is not well. I mean, that's a matter of perspective. It certainly does not have a well. But I don't think that that automatically means that it's not well. Slowly all getting leather helms. I thought that was the dwarf just falling into lava. It's just them walking down the ramp. I don't know how to answer that question because I'm not totally sure what you're trying to pun there. There's plenty of spicy water for anybody. I mean, if you're a hot pepper fan, we got an entire lake of them. Just yeet your forehead into there and you'll have a good time. I'm sure of it. Eh. Not a song I know, unfortunately. Is enough? Do I think a squad of swordsmen is enough to destroy a necromancer? I know for a fact it's enough. I've done it before. Do you think my current squad of soldiers is enough to defeat a necromancer tower? Unlikely.
Dino dance, Dino dance.
Monty Core, what up, dude? Thanks for the prime. The 6th month. Welcome back. But no, my soldiers are nowhere near strong enough to defeat them. Not even close. Not currently, anyway. Maybe once they learn how to actually be soldiers. We'll get there. I would say they more or less all need to be legendary in order for that to work. That won't take too long for them to get up there. The very observant of you will very quickly figure out what I'm building here. The less observant of you, maybe not so quickly. But you'll probably still figure it out. Yep. Raw meat knows what's up. This ain't your first dwarfy rodeo, that's for sure. Okay, so that's done. Actually, no, I need to do this. Down at the bottom. Right there. And the game's saving. Okay. And when we get through this, I'll say Gamgeo. Probably also mine all this stuff out. Probably not a bad idea even. And down here we do this. Also mine through this. Oh, it's set to auto right now. Don't auto. There we go. Need that button to register. Would be a very nice feature. I'm not even going to begin to speculate because I have no idea what would even be required of that. All right. Slow progress is progress. That's getting mined out. Now we're up to here. I can move up. That should be enough. 1, 2. Actually, no, that's actually literally too much. Okay, so we'll just do this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That should be plenty. We need to go 10 up, so. And they would need to have a pretty big army to be able to get far enough down that I would even need to use this. Like quite a large army. Cloth cloak, cool. Want to eradicate monsters? I will say no. Dwarves are ending mandates left and right. Probably gonna dig right up to the edge of that if I had to bet. Just get that thing constructed right there. I'm always nervous when I'm doing stuff like this on the edge of my fort, which is putting holes in the edge of my fort when there hasn't been a siege in a while. Because there hasn't been a siege in a while. Which makes me very nervous. They're not going to be able to do this, are they? Guess we'll just go over one. How far down have these dwarves dug? Not very. Layer 50 is the bottom. Yeah. It's also interesting because there's lava around here, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't really dug too deeply. I haven't really seen the reason to. We've only hit one cavern layer. Why should I dig deeper? It just kind of never really struck me as anything I needed to pursue with this fort. Didn't really particularly align with the goals of it. And I could always change that, but... Metals are scarce? As if divine metals are common. What the hell? Kind of question is that? Not like adamantine is like a common thing when you get down there. Divine metals are only available if they are on the creatures that lurk down there, right? And so the second you're just like you have to melt them down, so you only get a fraction of a percentage of each of the weapons that the angels have, and then you have to kill the angels. So I have very small amounts of metal, so I am very underarmed, and you're telling me to go attack the most armed things in the game. That, I don't know. Nothing about that seems smart. Speaking of, caravans from our dwarven friends have arrived. Also, adamantine isn't a divine metal, if you are referring to adamantine. Okay, let's do all this. And we'll give this a little bit of a pillar back here, because I like giving things pillars. Why low priority mine? 2 is low priority? It's the second highest. Perhaps. Raw meat. Okay, well then why ask the completely opposite question after realizing you asked the wrong question? Because I want them to prioritize mining over other menial tasks. If you do it below 4, they'll prioritize their other tasks first. So I don't have anybody who's specifically mining, meaning they'll prioritize it above doing things like making ash or making a stockpile or collecting sand if it's 2. You didn't know the scale was like that? Though, then what I would ask is, what do those numbers mean? Instead of why low priority. If you don't know how it works, then how do you know what the priority is? I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't take me too seriously. All right, let's do obsidian for the top of this. An educated guess. Okay, well, fair enough. The numbers, what do they mean? Accurate, actually. Also, I'm just realizing I fucked up. That's fine, though. I connected this to the wrong stairs. I don't think I can actually... Oh, no, they can get to there. Okay, so, it should be fine. They should be quite fine. This will give us 3 shots, which is more than enough to smack something real hard. Should really just make this a better stairway. Let's just do that. But for the areas where it can't be a better stairway, make this into a better stairway. Maybe not right here. Hello, Irish Stupid. How are you today on this fine day? Clear glass for these. Because that is what the rest of this is. Let me wait. But I appreciate the educated guesses. I generally just have uneducated guesses about things, and then chat corrects me, and then I yell at them for backseating, and then I feel bad later. It's usually how my life goes. I will sell you 35 lead chains to, broker cannot access depot. Where the hell's Godin at, then? Oh. I mean, that answers that question. At least you're repentant. Well, I hope you enjoy your time in solitary, and you're getting replaced. Now, the question is, who's going to do your job, Godin? I mean, Panda could do it. Panda won't go to prison. Anybody who's named. Let's give it the shake break. Actually, I think I wasn't supposed to sell shields. Maybe why that person's in prison. Whoops. Oh no! Your wagon made the wagon de-wagon itself. That seems bad. Wagon, are you okay? Well, I can assure you I'm not going to sell any of these quivers, so... Damn, Wagon Gun died? No, Wagon just got, slightly renovated? Against its will? I don't know how else to refer to that as. But how's your week been, Ire Stupid? Wagons sometimes die and leave wagonwood. You once had wagonwood in front of your trade depots. Was that in this version? Because I haven't seen wagonwood in this version. Because one of the big changes they made to this version of the game is wagons... At least your wagon is made out of not wagonwood. But considering, like, when I click on the wagon, it's got multiple instances of wagon. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think I've actually seen a wagon die, aside from ones that I accidentally dropped into my lava pit. This version? Well, I know it's possible. I know I've seen wagonwood. I just don't know how you acquire it. So that's probably something like it. I mean, wagons... Fun fact. Dwarf Fortress thinks wagons are living creatures. They are programmed exactly the same as other animals. Which is why they can move. You ask if you're still alive in this fort. That's a good question. I don't think so. Yeah, no, you have passed away in one of the many... messes of this fortress, which means you probably are buried somewhere in the basement. Way back near launch, gotcha. Well, good for RNG. You have a good night, though, Kenichi. Thanks for swinging by. And apologies for unlifing you, as the kids say on TikTok. It's really weird scrolling down my following on Twitch and seeing like 4 or 5 different people all streaming Quake 2. It's like, what year is it exactly? It's so strange. Looking at my food numbers? Uh-huh. Prime Matter. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Are you familiar with the publisher that has the same name as you? Because, like, there's a video game publisher with the exact same name as you. I'm assuming this isn't you. Because they do have a different account, which is Prime Matter without the underscore. This used to have a different name. I can't remember what they were previously. But they are a Embracer company. I can't remember what they were before, but anyway, just thought I'd inform you of that. I'm gonna pause the game while ads run. Yep. I mean, I don't think they'll be like, that. Does anybody remember when League of Legends added the hero named Graves, and then took the Graves Twitter account away from somebody, took the username Graves away from the person who had it in League of Legends, and also a couple of other accounts on other sites. I don't think they're going to do that. So you'll be fine. But somebody's trying to steal your name. Especially because, like, actually, Prime Matter might be older than your account, because your account was made in 2020. But I don't know. What was Prime Matter before? Prime Matter. What were they called first? I'm going to go to Wikipedia. Okay, so now I want to know. List of Prime Matter games. Okay. It's a division of Pylon. So Pylon or Playon was Coach Media or Cock Media or however the hell you pronounce that. And Prime Matter is just, I guess, their action games division? Seems like it. Anyway. Back to trading. To buy all of the bars that they brought. I want to buy that cool looking piano thingamajig. These other instruments, which I can't afford. I'll buy one of these. One of these. Okay, I can't buy all of those, but I can buy one of those. One of dems. One of dems. Okay, no, actually, that's all I can do. And trade. I'm a piano thingamajig. Why, thank you. My tunes sound good then. It's weird that the piano thingamajig isn't constructed, unless they're moving it to a stockpile, which is certainly possible. I'm always amazed by how happy the dwarves are in this fort, all things considered. Also, man, it would really suck to have these 2 bedrooms. It's like, what 2 bedrooms do you have? Oh, just the one with open ceilings. It's an open plan design. Should really give these dwarves ceilings. It's okay, dwarves can't look up or down, so, I mean, technically they still have privacy, but I feel bad.
Cheese for everyone!
Sure. We're working on that. One thing at a time. First, let's get these shotguns done, though. Some migrants have decided to brave this terrifying place, knowing it may be their tomb. All right, let's get some tracks going. Whew. Like. And there we go. Getting those constructed. We don't have any fireflies, so at least it's not that kind of grave. All right, so the first thing I need to do is well, not the first thing I need to do, but a thing I'm going to do first is I'm going to make a quantum stockpile for green glass discs. This is going to be for, we'll just call it weapon, like trap components. No weapons. Just trap components. So these things. And with this. And you're gonna pull from that stockpile. Now I'm trying to think what movie. What movie are you referring to? Because I have no idea what movie is being referenced. Oh, yeah, that movie. Right. I thought you were talking about something Animal said. I really like that movie. I don't know. I mean, it's sad as all hell, but good movie. Let's do that, and then this. I like Brimstone. Brimstone is a nice vomit color. Don't think you can watch it without crying? Just means it's effective. It's the point. It's supposed to be a movie you're not able to watch without crying. There we go. All on top side. What? What wall? Wait, hold on a second. So you haven't seen Grave of the Fireflies, and you're saying that you haven't watched it? Hold on a second. Something doesn't add up here. How in the world? Oh, you haven't seen Up. Okay, I thought you were still talking about Grave of the Fireflies. Oh, wall up there? Aesthetics. No actual reason. Simply aesthetics. So set this to be melted. It's the easiest way to get everything out of a bin real quickly is just set the bin to be melted. It's gonna be a heavy goddamn bin. Up was a movie that made me cry. There's very few movies that have actually made me cry, but Up brought tears to my eyes. It was a good movie. I think Up was the last... Yeah, I think that Up was the last Pixar movie I genuinely loved. I've, like, had issues with every single movie they've put out since, or it's like... Or everyone that I've seen, anyway. I haven't seen all of the things they've put out since, but... Every other movie I've seen that they've put out since has been like, I mean, that movie was fine. This is generally how I feel about it. AI made you cry? Didn't see it. Gonna need to resize this in a second. Okay, sweet. It didn't change the number of things I could put there. Just won your first game in Path of Acra? Hell yeah! Glad to hear you're still at it. The game's fun. I haven't seen AI, so I'm not familiar with that particular movie. Although that said, I'm trying to think of other movies that like actually triggered a heavy emotional response in me because it's very low. But The Lovely Bones, I think was the name of that movie, was a movie that broke me pretty badly. As cartoony as that movie was. Yeah, I don't know. I watch a lot of movies, and it's very rare that they trigger a violent emotional response from me. I have to check in on the military pretty soon, see how they're doing. By that I mean right now. Not a lot of blinking. A lot of not blinking. At least I've got some of my dwarves kind of happy. Safekeeps must be married to somebody because they're like all yellow. Didn't see Moana. Rolf, hello. Yeah, the most recent, what's the name of it? The most recent Pixar film I saw was the one with the multiple thingies in the girl's brain. All the different personalities. Which, was that the name of it? Inside Out? That movie was okay. It was fine. Like, Didn't really... Not super memorable. Not bad. It was just fine. Are the only two recent-ish Pixar movies you've seen? Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty meh on Inside Out. And like I said, I haven't seen Moana. So this is going to slowly... become a weapons stockpile. But I need dwarves to not be constructing all this, so just let them work on this. Seems more like a Disney Direct movie. I mean, that's what I felt about Inside Out. Didn't feel like it didn't feel like a Pixar movie. But then again, I will probably never see a Pixar movie again because I don't really go see that type of movie in theaters. And I don't ever plan on getting Disney Plus. So it's just unlikely that that's something I will do. I put some sort of guild up here. I'm trying to think if there's what else I could put up here. I'm sure there's something. Oh, so it was just Disney Direct? Okay. Was the Spider-Verse 1? The new so Spider-Verse 2 or Spider-Verse 1? That sounded like some like Nintendo branding on that. Last movie I watched in theaters was New Spider-Verse 1. Okay, no, I figured that's what you meant, but I heard good things about both those movies. I haven't seen either of them. I'm still like, I'll probably watch Enter the Spider-Verse in a couple years or something. Once I'm finally over like this burnout that I'm on in superheroes right now. Like, I could grab. I don't know. Every now and again, sometimes like typos and stuff, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna read over that, and sometimes they're just funny, and that one's just funny. Like, it's hard for me to not comment on it because that's just amusing. So now we just need to fill off of this, but I need, the stuff full first. Spider-Verse is the only exception for you? Yeah, no, I mean, fair enough. I mean, like, I've rewatched Kick-Ass since my superhero burnout, but that movie's so different. I mean, I'd probably be okay with it. I think my issue is that it's Spider-Man. If it was literally any other superhero, I would have seen it probably. Spider-Man is just one of those superheroes that I'm stupidly burnt out on. Yeah, no, the last movie I saw in theaters was John Wick 4. I also saw The Matrix in theaters. So yeah, those would be the last two. John Wick and The Matrix. Could put some sort of guilds up here or something. I just don't know what I'd do. Well, I mean, it's the same reason I haven't seen a Batman movie in the last... I think, like, if I hadn't just seen Homecoming and the other Spider-Man movie, if I hadn't just seen those two with what's-his-face guy who looks way younger than he actually is, if I hadn't just watched those, like, within the last couple years, and also my ex was a huge fucking Spider-Man fan, so we watched, like, The Amazing Spider-Man, like, annually. If I hadn't, like, consumed all of that Spider-Man media in, like, the last 5 years, yeah, I probably would have watched it. I enjoyed The Matrix, but I went in with very low expectations. I was expecting a B-movie action flick that was entertaining, and that's what I got, and I'm quite satisfied with that. Yeah, I need to melt that. I think, like, if you go in expecting a masterpiece, like, I don't know, it's The Matrix. We got a movie that was better than, or better edited, I would say, than the last two Matrix films. Which is all I could have asked for. Okay, that's kind of scary. Do I have a way of catching this? The Bronze Colossus, Urithudvar, has come. A gigantic magic statue made of bronze and bent on mayhem. I'm very worried it's just going to climb into my fort, actually. Let's pull this lever. And see where this twit is at. A lot of things are about to die. Well, it's got 106 notable kills, including zombies. 30 other kills. It's killed a lot of things in a place called Sunbeached. Well, it's chasing some visiting elf. Okay. Let me check something. There is, in fact, a cage there. Okay, it's fighting with this human swordsman. Good luck, human. Not dead yet. That's kind of impressive. Holding your own in a duel against a bronze colossus? Oh, man. How's those hits even going? His attacks are just bouncing off. What are you hitting him with? Bronze longsword? Oh, yeah, good luck. Uh-oh. Well, there goes a dwarf. That was fast. That was Thob. Rest in peace, Thob. Shoutouts to this human for slowing it down a whole bunch. It's getting tired. Kind of impressive it hasn't died yet. The human. Speaking of, where did the human go? Oh, there it is. Okay, we found it. And he's dead. Looks like he got punched, if I were to bet. Screams help save me. The screams of the human could probably be heard for a while. Okay, so he grabs him and throws him, basically. And then he's slammed into an obstacle and got stunned. Slammed into another obstacle. Screams help save me. Gives into the pain. Gets punched in the head. And his head explodes. Speaking of, how did that dwarf die? Oh, the bronze colossus strangled him to death. Well, that's lovely. How mean of me to tell a bunch of dwarves to leave right as, like, you know, this shit's on them. Okay, well, there goes that thing. Scarred Ransack the Regal Combat. Good name, too. Well, fortunately, it's not moving too quick. It seems to be fighting with some Baron, who's now dead. Waiting for it to start wandering over to my fortress a little bit. You know, actually something I should do. I should just allow visitors. Just in the hospital. To give these random nobles around a chance. Pearl Lord Moon. Pearl, Pearl, Pearl. Pearl Lord Pearl is how I would translate that. There goes Obok. Although I don't think that dwarf belonged to me. Where are you going? Here's another dwarf. I also don't know if this one belongs to me. Gets picked up and hucked. Also didn't belong to me. It was just some visitor. As long as the population ain't dropping, we're doing okay. Chat. Can I get a round of beers for good luck for our dwarves? Or a bunch of fun. Either or. Maybe both. Now you're chasing a cat. Great. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to add this tile right here to this and set this to be deconstructed. And also channel down right, or I'll channel down right there once that gets deconstructed. They should be able to go from here to here to here and then jump up to that. Bronze Colossus. Seems like I've got plenty of barons and whatnot running inside. And random barons leaving. Be there or beer square, is that what we're saying? G-Fin? I have a feeling this guy's going to be a pain in the dick to catch. But I would like to catch him. Tip to Pier Square. Sure. Okay, I'm going to need to close the front door in a moment. By front door, I mean the drawbridges. Because he's going for the fort now. Beer there or beer square? I mean, I'm sure we could make that into a form of measurement. Isn't it wine that is, like, measured in butts or something? I swear I've heard this before, and I'm probably just making it up. Okay, so they haven't dug through this yet. Butts. I was talking about measurements and amounts of wine, but also there's a bronze colossus here who's chasing Vobok and currently punching the shit out of Kogan the kitty. So rest in peace, Kogan the kitty, 2-year-old mummy cat who has bajillions of sisters and brothers and plenty of children. So rest in peace, Kogan the kitty, and also probably stray cat unnamed kitty. Also the Baroness of Bull Paddled. All right, we should pull the lever for this now. This is getting sketch. And also likely Lightas the fish dissector. A buttload. Yeah, that's the term I was looking for. A buttload. Another Baron. Well, see, these ones I didn't even end up accidentally killing accidentally. Also, ads are about to run, and I will just pause the game when the ads run. Maybe we'll read this thing's description. So, he's just bleeding and seriously injured. What is happening? Ah. Chat, can you read that? Give her a squint. Let me know what you think. Seems like the Bronze Colossus here has found themselves a weapon. It's not super effective. It's unpleasant, but it's not super effective. Smacking them with a sock. Hopefully there isn't, like, a rock in it. Although, admittedly, it would probably be more effective if there was a rock in it. The better part is, where did he acquire the sock from? That's the real question here, is where did Bronzy acquire this sock from? Bronze Colossus gets punched. Okay, strikes him in the upper leg with a sheep wool sock. At what point did he start slapping people with a sock? Strikes the Baron with the sock. Wait, no, that's bruising him. Okay, so punch. Oh no, the Bronze Colossus strikes the Baron with a left shoe. He was hitting him with a bugbat leather shoe first. So he's like dual wielding shoe and sock. Aren't shoe gonna do anything about it? Maybe it's full of quarters. Oh god, like a roll of pennies. I mean, I too would be traumatized by this whole process. The funny thing is, like, he starts bleeding and then immediately stops bleeding. I could just pull this lever and put him out of his misery, but I think lava kills bronze colossuses. Colossi, not colossuses, by the way. Oh no, there's more blood appearing. It's just smacking him with a sock. Mebzus has been appointed to the position of Baron of Cloister Girder. I guess he finally put him out of his misery. Did the sock finally do him in? Yep, he strikes him in the head with a sheepwool sock, bruising the muscle. He's gonna go kill the cat, probably. Yep. Or maybe not. I really wish that bronze colossuses were friends with kitty cats, and instead of, like, beating the ever-living shit out of them, they just would stop and pet them. Splat. Oh, I know what happens when Bronzy dies, yeah. Oh, he'll turn into a statue of a sock. That would be funny. Well, I didn't need this livestock anyway, Bronzy. Thank you. So this goose is currently in conflict with the Bronze Colossus, and I just would like to inform all of you that this gander, Thighcut, is biting the Bronze Colossus, but it's bouncing away. And because the Bronze Colossus is still wielding a sock, it's actually giving all of these animals a chance. As you can very clearly see by this detailed combat log, the Bronze Colossus attacks the gander, but he jumps away. The gander bites the Bronze Colossus in the lower arm, but the deflected attack bounces away. The gander then attacks the Bronze Colossus, but she jumps away. The Bronze Colossus attacks the gander in the lower body with a sheepwool sock, bruising the muscle and bruising the left kidney. It is wielding a sock. See? Sheepwool sock. This is a sheepwool sock. It is spattered with Nish Waldrum's turkey blood. Nish Waldrum being my turkey. And then punted the gander across the thing and then over the wall and then proceeds to chase. Is probably still just, okay, finally put the gander out of its misery. With the sock, I would assume. Yep. Hit the gander in the head with a sheepwool sock, bruising the muscle. I mean, wouldn't you be? I would be. I would absolutely be experiencing mortal fear if I was in this situation. All right, now it seems to be going in the direction I want it to go, which is good. Leaving the rest of my poor animals alone. Maybe not. Where are you going? Where in the who's it are you going? Bronzy? God damn it, Bronzy. Okay, well, you have to. Do you really have to kill the rest of my livestock? I've given you a way into my fortress. Okay, here. I'll make it more obvious for you. Come on. It's like a bronzable snowman. Why are we flipping coins? I have a duck. I can flip a duck. I don't know what that was supposed to achieve, but I did it. I think that this sock should be, like, memorialized somewhere. We should put it on, like, a pedestal. Oh, so you don't have to animate it? Is that why... Excuse me, is that how Potat saved you? Not a D3? What about your D4? This makes me really want to have a copy of Diablo 1 on my desk. Oh, it's chasing a freaking cat. Of course it's chasing a goddamn cat. And, oop. I'm gonna go take a leak. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Oi. You have a bag of foreign coins you can flip? Well, we only need to flip one. I assume that that kitty cat escaped then. Well, I mean, it's still there, but... Well, okay, so... Hi, Laya. How are you? So, chat. I thought this was one block further out from here. When I was like, I will dig you a ramp up so you can get into my trap. Huh. So, days without an incident. Not lava related this time. Back to 0. For once. Cursus is right here and is terrified while in conflict. I would be too. So the good news is it's only wielding a sock. The bad news is I don't think we can damage it. But fortunately, we have backup in the form of a baby goose, so we'll be fine. The fighting begins. Saigon, I would be stressed too. Don't worry there, bud. Curses is stunned. Only a few dwarves have even tried to hit it. The hammer dwarf bashes the bronze colossus, but the attack glances away. And also there's a shirt in the way, which is a problem. So nobody's dead yet. Well, that's good. I might as well just tell all 3 squads to kill the thing. Might as well. So they're all gonna dogpile it. I did want to catch it, but I guess that ship's out of the bag. Hammer Dwarf bashes it, but the attack lances away. The attack lances away. The attack lances away. I don't think I have any weapons that can damage it. Yeah, I agree, Kitty. Throw the duck. I mean, where is Panda's? Panda? What? Go get a real bedroom. Christ. Let's jump back over to this catastrophe. Once again, nobody's dead yet. Okay, there's some blood. Stackhood's blood's on the ground. The dwarves are all fighting with the thing now. Skimming through this. Attack lances away. Attack lances away. Glances away. Glances away. Glances away. Glances away. Glances away. Glances away. So, literally the second my dwarves start to get tired, this thing's gonna kill us all. I do have a bronze longsword in here.
So, who's going to do the child support payments?
Fortunately, money doesn't exist, so we'll be fine. Nobody has to do any child support payments. We're gonna need some martial trances or we're completely screwed. Also, half of these are barons. Laya's blood's on the ground. Heavy bleeding. That's, is it still attacking with a sock? Shit, we're denting it. So the Baroness of Cloister entered, bashes the Bronze Colossus in the upper leg with her silver warhammer, but the attack glances away, it glances away, it glances away. And then the Mace Lord hits it with the silver warhammer, but it bounces away. The Captain of the Guard punches it in the upper body. Good luck with that. The Militia Commander bashes the Bronze Colossus in the right hand with her silver warhammer, denting it. Or in the right hand with her silver warhammer, denting it. There we go. So we are getting some dents. Meaning we have a chance. It is fractured and dented. They are pushing it backwards. Still no deaths. We do have some pretty heavily injured dwarves. You know what? Balls deep. Cancel this. I am, however, going to set this to be dumped. We'll see if we can get rid of that, because then I can just lock the door. The dwarves are going to continue. Oh, geez. We've got surgeons running in to rescue the wounded. Very brave of them. Who is terrified while in conflict. Hasn't been killed yet, which is a good sign. Literally no deaths just yet. We're tagging the attack, glances away, glance 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 away. God damn it! Away, 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 away. It's still using a sock. That is literally the only reason we have a chance, chat, is because it is wielding a sock. At least they, get to be near a nice waterfall as they die. I'll check in on that hype train after. So, creature is still bouncing around. Still wielding that sock. I think it's lying down. Because they're all piling onto it. I'm seeing a lot of glancing away. Hammers are like the worst thing to use against this. Dwarf bites the Bronze Colossus in the upper leg. I mean, you might lose your teeth doing that. At least it's experiencing trauma. Hey, kitty, are you helping? See what the cat's doing. Not a cat child, is that what it said? No, it's the gander child. The gander child bit the Bronze Colossus in the right upper arm, or right lower arm, but the attack glances away. Shoutouts to little guy down here. Look at that. Fights continue. It seems to just be lying on the ground, but it scatters away. Continuing to fight. Cat runs off in fear. There's blood everywhere, mostly Lyagushkas. Checking my dwarves. Most of them are just kind of fine. It would have completely killed all of us by now if it wasn't wielding a sock. So. Okay, so I'm starting to see blood from other dwarves. It's all just glancing away, me. It's all just glancing away. Shoutouts to this kid who's taking part, who's content being near a waterfall, whose ability to grasp is somewhat impaired, who's 8 years old. Man, if they can push it through that, if they can push it through the door, I can lock the door. Okay, so I'm gonna do some dumb shit right now. Maybe not dumb shit, maybe smart shit. I'm going to pull this lever. We are starting to get some injured dwarves, and oddly enough, the injured dwarves are getting moved into the hospital because we've had doctors run in and rescue wounded during this. It's very kind of you to point that out. We'll make sure to deal with it, Selawek. It's just continuing to bounce around. Thankfully, it's only wielding a sock, so we have a chance. If it drops this sock, we're screwed. That's the reality of this. If it drops the sock, we're screwed. Oh, hey, a bear. Well, that's useful. I don't think the bears can injure it, but the bear's like, I'm here to help. Or run away. It's Curse's pet. You should help Curses. Oh, hey, bear is helping. Okay, cool. Okay, so we do actually have a death. Eusteth over here. Unfortunately passed away. Lyagushka is seriously injured. Saigon is seriously injured. But they're still fighting. Kel is seriously injured. As for the creature, it is getting damaged. They're not war rhinos, though. They're not war trained. But the bears are starting to show up. I'm sure the cats will help. The dwarves are all over it. This is a big old stack of dwarves. Where? Oh, there's Bronzy. Checking in on the combat log most recently. Still just glancing away. Each dwarf can get approximately 10 attacks. Oh, see? The militia commander bashes the bronze colossus with her silver warhammer, denting it. Does it like cats? I hope so, actually. I don't think we can see it. Yeah, we don't get to see... We do know that it prefers to be alone and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and it tends to be passive in discussions, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and generally is quite confident in its abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And tends to hang on to grievances. And tends to consider what others think of him. Death by 1,000 bonks. Did that kitten just go flying, or was it running? It's hard to tell. This dwarf over here is unconscious and seriously injured. Some bards are helping out. There's a grizzly bear leather buckler on the ground. There's blood appearing in places that it shouldn't be, which is anywhere outside of a dwarf. Looks like our chief medical dwarf, Geshut, is bleeding heavily. Probably trying to rescue dwarves. Okay. Got it piled into the corner. See how effective the bears are against this thing. I'm assuming not particularly, but... The cat is fighting. Oh, no combat log there. Goat Swarm is joined into the attack. Just random dwarves that are not military dwarves are joining in. And the only reason we haven't all died is because it's only wielding a sock. Well, I mean, it's trying. It is trying to bite it. But the Bronze Colossus breaks the grip of its teeth. Well, hey, at the very least it was able to latch on with its teeth. We've had, like, no martial trances, which is bad. Starting to make its way up into the fortress proper. Still wielding a sock. Dwarves are pushing it into the corner, just bashing it and beating it and fighting it. I'm still pretty sure it's just the one dwarf who's died so far. I'm just going to remove the burrow now. Okay, there's another dead dwarf, which is Kosoth, the merchant. Wait, hold on a second. I was going to say, are there still traders here? I don't think there are. Bronze Colossus is still making its way up. Thank you very much for the little hype train with the 5 subs and the $10 in bits, chat. It's continuing to be pushed back. We lost somebody named Asob. I see pickaxes in there. I think some of those are made of steel. Glassmaker punches it. Hammerdorf bashes it. Safe Keeps is in the fight. Panda's okay and still alive. My chief medical dwarf is pale and about to die. Oh, shit. Chat room, I have bad news. It dropped the sock! Which means it's now fighting at full power. So expect deaths. The miner strikes the bronze colossus in the lower body with a steel pick, and it is mostly cut away from the rest of the torso. I need to find that miner. Because that miner just saved the fortress. Wasn't you. Wasn't you. It was you, Odom. Odom bent standard. Shameless. Absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. He's got a broken toe, though. Dreams of mastering a skill. Odom, your reward is you get to join the military. Let's go with Bronzebane. Congratulations, Odom. What a dwarf. Just for sake of funsies here. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment and harms of those around him. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and is sometimes cruel. He is greedy. He has a greedy streak, and he does not often feel lustful. He doesn't handle stress well, and he is often cheerful. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and is also no longer a miner. Would have peace at all costs. He would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees competition as reasonably important and values eloquence, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and isn't particularly respect commerce. Doesn't find power particularly praiseworthy. Doesn't find power particularly praiseworthy. He likes phyllite and black bronze and rock crystal and bloodthorn wood, colcanth bone and the color black, millstones and large serrated discs, and the sound of the chartreuse chants on the sight of the glosses of music, and when possible prefers to consume giant hyena, lungfish, and 2-grain wheat beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Do I still have my chief medical dwarf? Yes, I do. Geshe did not die. More like dead bronze, am I right? That's not what I want. I want one of these. All in all, though, I think that could have gone a lot worse. Like a lot worse. Look at how many dwarves I have in my hospital. Okay, so... The real question is, are my hospital jobs getting done? Okay, so Chief Medical Dwarf is injured. My diagnoser's injured. 2 of my surgeons are okay. Let's get them being more specific. Okay, so I need a new diagnoser. Blue Owl, thanks for converting that prime to a tier 1. Appreciate you. Also, Arunamo, CD, thanks for the prime for the 6th month. Ruby Squeakbird, good to see you. Thank you very much for the tier 1 for 9 months. Raphael, thank you very much for the tier 1 for 1 month. Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift. And also thanks for the gift, Raphael. Let's just make a few more diagnosers, I think. Like Reg, you can also have this gig. Let's also add a couple more bone doctors. Got a bunch of extra surgeons. I'm gonna need an extra doctor. Or the brewer. Welcome the wax worker. There we go. Got diagnosing patient. That's what we need. Whew. Well, that was stressful. Could have gone like 1,000 times worse. But it didn't. I'm also just very happy it was wielding a sock. Diagnosing. And then once we're done diagnosing all of these patients, we can start getting actual, like, medical jobs started. What statue did it drop? Probably one of a sock. This is a masterful bronze statue of a crowman, created by an unknown artisan. It is a masterfully designed image of 3 crowmen in bronze. Speaking of statues and lore, I think that bronze colossuses are something I need to cover at some point in the lore series. Running around and diagnosing patients. Okay, let's see if any of my other doctors are doing anything. Most of them are just reciting poetry or something else equally useful. Okay, well... Let's just make like 50 lead splints. Or actually, let's check what materials we have. But I need splints and... We're actually gaining some iron too. Yeah, we can make lead. So we'll make lead splints. The lead crutches are just strength training. Same with the splints. Scandalous? I mean, Moving up in the world, I see. Sounds like a cruel joke. This fortress is kind of a cruel joke, to be fair. Compound fracture. Well, all these item numbers are going up. Buckets don't actually need to be that high. Down to 20 buckets. Splints are going up. Cloth went up. Threads going up. Also lead, thank you. It's a lead. I don't think it's the most incredible fort I've built. It's certainly been entertaining, though. I think the most incredible fort I built is probably Long Death. Meng, the bard, has been taken by a Fey mood. My surgeons are doing surgery. It's taking dwarves over here and doing surgery, so this dwarf is...
Hat.
58 months. You don't actually have a hat currently. Hate to let you know. Is getting stitches, surgery, and setting, and dressing, and immobilization on their right lower arm. Same with their elbow and their left elbow. I'm sure you'll recover though. Repair compound fracture. But Lump, you don't currently have a hat. However, that means you're gonna upgrade to glasses and hat. Like Calcium Crypt has right now. Enjoy your lurks, Blue. Gotta lurk for a bit. Pleasure finally catching your stream. Cheers, dude. Thank you much. Enjoy the lurks. But I hope you've been well, Lump. Bone Doctor's doing stitches. Streamer's getting by. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway. Merchant has been found dead. That's fine. Dressing wounds. Needs dressing and mobilization. We are getting more splints in here, though. Something has surfaced, and the surface has collapsed. Oh, no. Why are the lava levels rising? I don't actually know. But some that decided to burn. Maybe the tree grew? I played DF for many, many years, but you never played the Steam release. Had a friend gift it to me. Are we still doing the whole lazy noob pack thing? No. No, you don't need the lazy noob pack thing. If you played the older versions, you probably were used to assigning jobs using like Dwarf Therapist. The way the job system works now is you can specifically assign people to tasks, but you don't need to. The game literally just picks the dwarf who is not currently doing anything with the highest skill to do every job naturally without you having to do anything. And based on their preferences, they'll just end up in different career paths. So it's essentially auto labor is just running now for the whole game. So the old system of having to manually select jobs for every dwarf is no longer a thing. Some people try to make it still a thing, and they end up just breaking the current system. If you want, yes, you can specifically assign dwarves to specific workshops the way you did before. Like, I can go to workers and just, like, assign... I only want Shake Break, the legendary glassmaker, to work at this one shop, as an example. So you can do that, but the other thing that you can also do is... you can go into here and you can add new work details and make specific work details, but be careful with these because if you forget something and then suddenly a task isn't getting done, it's because you set up a work detail that's breaking the auto labor system. So yeah, no, overall it's a significantly better system. And you can like literally never assign a single task with the exception of like hunters, woodcutters and miners because they need specific uniforms, and then everything else will just automate itself. So yeah, be careful a little bit with it, but Forgotten Beast has come? Eevee. Well, it can't get into the fort, so we're good. Also, if you've never played this version, and you're used to older versions, be very, 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 very careful in the caverns. Caverns are mean now. And I mean that literally. You like getting attacked by like 250 animal people with spears? It's real fun when you realize that ant people wield like 4 shields and a spear. Untamed Wilds will just send like, well, there's an agitation system now. So if you're like building on the surface in Untamed Wilds, the giant animals around will just start attacking you, which is also good fun. So yeah, no, it's good times. I feel like I missed something in chat, so I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. It's 104 freedom units outside, 41 for everyone else. That's fucked. And also, if you're a DF hack obsessive, DF hack is on Steam. So just download this. And it'll run concurrently, automatically. You don't need to do any extra setup. You literally just download it on Steam. Only if you're a DF hack obsessive, though. I don't think it's necessary either. I use it just to, like, because this is what DF hack looks like now. I use it to, like, occasionally check creature populations and put out fires and, you know, what you usually use DF hack for. Wow. I just got a job completed that I haven't seen yet, which is you've finished making 1,000 clear glass blocks. I don't know why that's down there, but... And they get angry enough? Oh, very, very, very efficient. Oh yeah, no, I noticed that there was a hammerhead shark on one of my embarks because I had, I noticed that there was a hammerhead shark on one of my embarks because I looked in DF hack. 11 and route 12. Actually, did I screw this up? I think I did. Let's do this again. You. And then the bottom one. Minecarts. All gonna load from here. Let's turn all these on, make this easy. Yes, I did. I think I actually knew that before it was officially announced, because Tarn told me, like back in February or something. It's like, I don't think this has been announced yet, but we're going to be doing a panel. I was like, okay, cool, well, I'll be there. It was like ages ago. I mentioned, I was like, yeah, I'll be going to PAX West. And he goes, oh, well, we'll be running I'm doing a panel with the Cuds, I think is what he said. So, because it's going to be him and Brian Becklew are both on it. Yeah, this is my Bronze Colossi statue. Getting that back channel info. I mean, it happens when you're in this industry sometimes. I've learned a bunch of things way before I think I'm supposed to know them. I mean, there was also that one time that Zach leaked who was composing music for this game on my stream. There was that one time that happened. Darn Adams, Jason, Ryan, and Stacy. Gotcha. Yeah. Ryan Clark is Brace Yourself. Usually I don't, Laya. Because then they would stop sharing stuff with me. Wow, that was fast that all got loaded. Huh. But yeah, to John Mann, this version of the game isn't without its quirks. Like, it's still Dwarf Fortress. It's still kind of a quirky game. But probably the best version of the game that they've ever put together, especially content-wise. There are some people who just, like, complain nonstop about certain things, mostly to do with hotkeys. But if you're okay with the game being mouse-driven now, it's like, I think it's in a really good spot. Now they want a Doctor's Guild. Well, I'm not even remotely surprised about this, actually. All right, well, let's build a space up here and call it a Doctor's Guild. I don't know who that is, so I will smile and nod. You know, I will be honest with you. Like, stuff has been leaked to me a couple of times about Dwarf Fortress, and I've never actually shown it. There was, last year when I went to PAX West, Tarn showed me a bunch of sprites that didn't get announced for a couple of weeks. Like, I saw a bunch of were creatures before they were shown publicly. But, like, he just showed those to me, so it's not like I could be like, I saw this. I mean, obviously, like, were pandas are going to be in the game, but... Yeah, also crossbow dwarves don't work right now. Mark's dwarves just straight up don't work right now. But we're waiting on that. Also, the game has multi-threading now. I'm trying to think of other things that have been done since Premium came out. Game's multi-threaded now and actually uses graphics card processing. Literally gave the game a 100% frame rate boost. Like, I saw somebody on the Steam forums earlier who's just like, why isn't the game multi-threaded yet? It's like, bruh, have you actually read the patch notes? Literally on the patch where they added multi-threading. Like, you're either a bot or you're just incapable of reading. It's basically they upgraded the game's engine. Celesty. It's SDL2 from SDL. Although what's funny is SDL2 is, like, officially out of date as of, like, November. And they're making SDL3. It's like, so when are we going to update to SDL3? It's, like, probably in 15 years. I mean, I just want to be able to click on a dwarf, click on the military tab, and add them to a squad, which we used to be able to do. That's literally all I want. That's, like, the one thing from, like, the old UI that I go, man, I miss that. Which, to me, is pretty small. It's not gonna kill me. That too. But also, like, the joke with that is it's going to take them, you know, another decade to get that far now. I'm going to get rid of this granite so I can see the minecart because it's going to bother me. Can't see it. It is Jetpack Tuxedo, and has been for as long as I've played the game. The problem with the graphics version of this game was then that thread was also loading the graphics, but SDL 2 moved the graphics processing over from that branch to a different, or from that thread to a different thread. What's the consequence of denying a guild? Everybody with that skill gets upset. I mean, well, the thing that you're asking for is in the game already. Does it fix the like your problem with it specifically? I have no idea. But it is in the game already. That's already a thing that's in the game. Is all I'm trying to say. Although if you deny a guild, usually it doesn't actually deny it. They just ask for it again, like a week later. Denying it or accepting it and then not doing it is what gives them the upset thought. But yeah, I don't know. Ever since the beta branch of SDL2, like the whole game has run like 100 times faster as far as I'm concerned. Or anyways, it feels significantly faster. I'll just give him a door over there. Without any changes on DF's code. Well, that'll be cool. Two engine upgrades in a couple years. Yeah, I don't actually know. Feeling unwell? Well, you feel better soon. Bye, Gushka. See you when you see a mate. Your dwarf survived, though, getting slapped by a bronze colossus with a sock, so there's that. It's your new favorite coffee mug? Hell yeah. Glad it arrived safe and in one piece. There's the odd situation where they arrived, like, damaged because, you know, they're mugs, right? But glad it arrived all the same. Just wanted to duel every dwarf in the fort and got a bit mixed up in between a glove and a sock. Just wanted to duel. He's just here to duel. Yeah. Saw a clip on the, or a screenshot, I think, on the subreddit ages ago, where somebody had a squad of dwarves with training weapons, and a bronze colossus disarmed one of them and then picked up a wooden sword and a wooden shield. And had a very similar situation where it couldn't do any damage to anybody. Hell yeah, jetpack tuxedo. Kind of makes me want to like go into my like, because I back up all my old saves that I'm not playing anymore on Google Drive. It kind of makes me want to go back to Waterlungs and see how that runs. Which was like nothing. It was like a couple frames a second by the end of it. The frame rate on that fort was horrible. you're a competent spear dwarf, you peasant. Get in there. Start making another squad, too. Novice swords dwarf. Get in there. Right, I seem to recall you talking about that, yeah. The water drainage issues. So is it 10 FPS after the patch or before the patch? Because even after the patch, it's still pretty good. What do you need? You're in traction. Okay, so you're just waiting for traction to be done. Okay, so we literally have one injured dwarf left. Everybody else has been cared for. So it's just Kel, the mace dwarf, who has a broken foot. That's significantly better. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've kind of forgotten about the UI speed increase because it's a increase that I've been playing on since I swapped over to the unstable branch a while ago. So it was a pretty massive speed increase then, and it's just kind of stayed incredible. Also, this is just me. If you want to build a computer that runs Dwarf Fortress really well, those AMD X3D chips, Ryzen 7, literally gave me a 100% frame rate improvement from my old i7. Like, it doubled the frames. But that's not a cheap chip, so. I don't know actually how they're getting into here. Are they going from above? Weird. It's also a terrible naming scheme for a chip, and I stand by that. Am I gonna replace my mouse? Like, what do you mean? Maybe when I have disposable income. I have very strict rules about how much money I'm allowed to take out of my savings because of how much I get taxed. Because I live in Canada and we pay quite a bit of tax in order to have decent healthcare. So I'm pretty strapped at the moment. Like I did really well back in December, but because my income has dropped by like a fifth of what it was back in December, I have to be really careful with my money until the end of the year. Like, I really couldn't afford to upgrade this computer, but I did anyway. So, will I upgrade my mouse? I mean, I've fixed it every time it stopped. Like, the mouse wheel's a little finicky, but it mostly works. So maybe. Hopefully not. Found a human dead, contorted by fear. Oh. A ghost. Let's also check if I definitely need tombs. Okay, let's do all that. Get another round of tombs set up. Hopefully we can deal with all of the problems. Basically, I'm considering all of the income I'm making right now to be what's going to go towards taxes next year. That's kind of the life that I'm living right now, for reference. It's just infinite scrolls. That seems like a sensor issue. That sucks. Well, then, there's your problem. Open source 3D printed thing. There you go. Found your problem with your mouse. But, you know, that's also part of the fun of that type of device, right? Oh, I failed to finish an artifact. Well, rip that bard. Yeah, no, absolutely. Totally, but like, it's also probably the reason you're having that problem is because it is, while super easy to disassemble and fix, you know, more likely to fall apart, I would say, but I'm mostly just poking fun. That shit's cool. Stuck in ads, but I'm just building tombs. You just need to add a little plastic nib or something in there to catch the wheels as it goes. Okay. CNN Seeger, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. Apparently I'm out of doors. And chat, thanks for the little round of beers there. Well, they're already getting bodies put in them, so that's good. Don't need more monster slayers. Anybody storing items in tomb? Yeah, well, I mean, playing weird indie games, you're going to get a less polished experience than playing AAA game. Using open source hardware, you're going to get a less polished experience than like corporate hardware, right? It's just, I don't know. Pretty similar comparison to me. I mean, I could go through and set all these up individually, but I'd rather just wait until I have some doors. I'm just going to assume. Okay, no. There we go. We're making rock doors. Excellent. Give him a minute. Yeah, I really hate the feel of 3D printed plastic on my hands. Toltine, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, friends. Hi. Did you get? I see ghosty emotes. What's up, Ghost Bat? You two know each other? Are you friends? What's up, guys? Welcome to a very mean fort, where we are being very mean to everybody, including my own dwarves. We most recently got into a spat with a very angry bronze gentleman, who came in and decided to de-sock somebody, and then slap everybody with socks for a little bit. It was great. It was a good training opportunity for my dwarves. Also, thanks for the, I think the first raid we've had today? There might have been one other one, but appreciate you. Chat, can we get a round of beers to the raiders? Do the socks have butter in them? I think they had nothing in them. Also, it was just a sock. It wasn't sock plural. But what were you guys up to today? Imagine getting punched so hard that you fall into a creek that isn't accessible. That's kind of whack. Let's go all the way down these. 13 more. Oh, wow. Actually, I have a couple that didn't get immediately claimed. Chapter 2 of your thesis, 9 days left for the other 3. Oh boy. Very much a noob at Dwarf Fortress with 48 showers. Right, gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, welcome to the realms of Dwarf Fort. It's funny, I pre-Steam release of this game, I used to describe the Dwarf Fortress community as being like anti-gatekeepy. Whenever somebody would start to show interest in this game, we would just assault them with information on how to get into it. And now that the Steam release has calmed down again, I think it's starting to happen again. We're it's almost like asking a cult anything about the good word. It's just we would love to tell you everything about this game. Starve in their cages. Oh, I do that all the time, but I do that intentionally because I'm a bad person. It's got nothing to do with by accident. It's okay, well, there's animals. I guess I will ignore these. Not a cult? I don't know what you're talking about. Vote Gremlin. Speaking of voting Gremlin, tomorrow I'm going to be releasing some more Gremlin-focused merch. Which an Elfie bean drew. Chad, if I were to ask you a question. Mug or sticker? Or both? You would rather not get mugged? That's not up to you. Genuinely. Wouldn't it have been great if Bronzy was using a mug? Also, Elfie, you need to send me a PayPal address. Maybe some magnets? I don't think I can do magnets. I could do coaster, but I was very unhappy with the pricing and like quality of the coasters at Fourth Wall. They're like weirdly expensive and yeah, I don't know. One of my barons has mandated the construction of certain goods. That's fine. I will not worry about that in the slightest. See how well armed these dudes are. All got leather shields and whatnot. Iron boot. How are your combat skills? You're an adept hammer derf. Dabbling leader. It's gonna be my Dr. Guild. Because after that fight, we got so many doctors. Still somewhat under construction, but hey, value's high enough. Oh, did someone use the word story? That was 43 minutes ago. So I could just refund that, because I super duper didn't see that. Was that like during the... Yeah, that was like right around the time the thing showed up. I'm just going to refund that for that person. But I certainly did not see that. Yeah, no, there's no way in hell that was going to go through. It was just after. Yeah, I wouldn't have seen that. That's my bad. A little bit, yeah. It was kind of not the best. That's something that's really good to use when there isn't a lot of bullshit going on screen. When there's like downtime. Otherwise, there's a chance I'll miss it. This is what happened there. But, whoops. have this weird headache behind my eyes today. It's very pleasant. I kind of woke up with it, and it hasn't gone away. It's one of those feelings where it's like I'd almost describe it as a concussion, but I haven't hit my head on anything. So, hopefully that goes away by tomorrow. Deciding what to do in Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld gives events pretty often, and you have something to build up. So you have something to build up. Dwarf Fortress seems more chill in comparison. Depends on where you settle. Settle near a Necromancer Tower, and you'll have to build up against something. Also, Deep Space. Thanks for gifting us up to Ghostbat. Holy shit, 97 subs. Christ almighty. But yeah, no, it depends on where you settle in Dwarf Fort. The thing is, nothing is scripted in Dwarf Fort, right? In RimWorld, the game is very scripted, so it's very, like, predictable, I guess. And then, like, whenever I say this, there's always some jackass in the YouTube comments who's like, calling RimWorld predictable, lol. It's like, well, it is. Like, especially, like, depending on the storyteller you're playing, like, you can predict down to the minute when something's gonna happen. Like, if you want stuff to happen, attack somebody. You know, like, if I just take a squad and I go to the overworld and I find a gray location and I click it and I be like, let's attack it. Then they'll start attacking you. You'll go to war with them and you'll have another adversary, another faction that wants you dead. And then you just start doing that repeatedly with different factions. And then, like, a couple hours later, you're getting sieged 8 times a year and you have to... Sorry, I misread something. And a couple minutes later, you're getting sieged, like, so many times a year that, like, you have to retire the fort because you're incapable of doing anything. So it's like, I mean, even Randy Random is predictable. You just don't know what you're gonna get. Like with Cassandra, when I played a lot of RimWorld, I got to the point with Cassandra where I could down to the minute be like, someone's going to snap right now, and then they would. And I could do that with Phoebe Chillax as well. But I couldn't, and then with Randy Random, I couldn't tell you what was going to happen, but I knew that something was either going to happen or it wasn't going to happen at exact intervals, right? So they'll be like, oh, play Randy Random. Sure. But when that interval comes, it's like, okay, well, something is going to happen right now. And something would happen. I just wouldn't be able to tell you what it was. It could be like a fucking meteor strike, an invasion of whatever the fuck, goddamn, I don't know, whatever. Fire, blight, toxic fallout, all the crap that dumb game gives you. It'll hit you with something. I just couldn't tell you what it was, right? But with this game, it's more like Minecraft. It's up to you to, build the teleporter to get to the nether, right? Yeah, but I could still tell you in those intervals when something would theoretically happen. It's just a pretty high percentage that nothing will happen, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't like the way RimWorld's threat system works mechanically. It's like, yeah, it gives you stuff, but if you play it long enough, eventually it gets really dull. For repeatedly stealing your artifacts, that'll start a war if he's part of a faction. Yeah, and that's also, like, literally the reason I stopped streaming RimWorld permanently, Cool Dan. It's because I got so freaking tired of people asking me to turn that crap on and, like, all that shit. Literally, like, the reason I stopped streaming RimWorld was that. Also, can I just say that it's really neat to see Splattercat diving into Ballroom? I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with that game, but he put out a video on it this morning, and I think he's streaming it, which is this. This is a weird game that I've had my eye on for ages. It's like it's an isometric open world survival crafting dungeon crawler. It's like open world Diablo if it was a base building crafting game. Here, I'll link it if any of you guys want to poke it. Maybe something I'll look at one of these years. You should see... Okay. Every single one of these nobles inherited their positions because I killed the person who had the position previously. Cleno. Speaking of, what does Panda want? Goblets and bucklers. Okay, boss. Except the Duchess, yeah. She wants to rule the world. So, still no queen. And yeah, the new king, whoever is the king right now hasn't shown up for some strange reason. Gosh knows why. The thing is, it has that shark jumping walrus. You just have to pay $35 for the DLC for it. Or at least it's $35 in Canada. I don't actually know how much it is in other games. But like, if you want the weird, like, more procedural randomness, you have to buy their most recent DLC. Which is like, cool. Or download one of the various mods that does that. Which is the other thing you could do. Which I'm not a big fan of, personally. No, if he was captured somewhere, he's captured somewhere, and I would need to locate the location where the king is. Which means, like, if we want to find the king at this point, basically what I think I need to do is, split the save into a different timeline and look at legends. Would be I think the only way I could do that. Oh, absolutely. Considering Bouldersgate just got assaulted by a bronze colossus wielding a sock, yeah, it's not safe times to be some random here. We also have little lava eruptors that erupt lava onto this walkway, which is pretty great. Anything important on here? Nah, here, I'll give you guys a test fire so you guys can see it, for those of you who haven't. Quite proud of it. So Dwarf, come up here and pull this lever. And then it just erupts like this. Okay. So we get 6 of 7 tall little geysers coming out of these. It's pretty quick. And then, you know, it just drains down onto my fortress because that's perfectly safe and acceptable, right? Run away, kitty! Yeah, it's a good time. And then it drains real fast. Did I fill in the wall? Did I fill in the wall? You mean the one that I let the bronze colossus in via? Yes. I checked before I actually pulled the lever, too. I should have said, oh no, first. Made you all scared. Salty Tempest has been on and off insane for so long. Oh, also, another thing about this fort. Yeah, baby jaguars everywhere. Look at these baby beans. They're so adorable. And my 7-year-old baby rhinos. And baby monkey gorillas. I have 2 bonobos left because I accidentally slaughtered too many of them. And plenty of bears. I do hope that when we get those giant versions of sprites, I hope that that also comes with baby giant versions of those sprites. For obvious reasons. Thanks, Prime. Am I not collecting sandbags? Nope, we are. Exactly. I just want to be able to make a pit of giant baby jaguars for my dwarves to jump into. It's like, oh, you need to jump into the happiness pit? Here you go. That's all I want. I feel like that's a reasonable request. Also, hi, Celestars. Do you also agree on being pro baby giant jaguar? Whatever that number is. It's not something I focus on closely at all. Nor do I pay attention. People are just like, what was the value of your fort? I'm like, I don't know. You'd have to look at the wiki. I couldn't tell you, Gfin.
Arch PL pet stego time has passed. So have many dwarves. The League of Potatoes forever grows. Have you ever forgotten artifact doors?
Have I ever forgotten that I had one? Yeah, I've lost them. Forgot where I put them. Plenty of times. Well, Sentient Potato, thank you very much for 9 months. Welcome back. To me, stego time has passed, by the way. Arch pet stego time has passed, which is a shame, frankly. It's probably... The reason I'm going to say it's probably wrong is because it's not strictly resubs, okay? Subs are not counted when resubs go through. Paying subs are counted when payment for them goes through, okay? So your counting, while appreciated, is probably going to be off by a couple. Yeah, it's still sitting at... Oh, I see what I screwed up. Yeah, it's still sitting at the same number. So, like, the payment for that subscription may have gone through 5 days ago, 10 days ago even, and be counted as part of the number already. So, your count's going to be incorrect, almost guaranteed. So there's no real reason to get people excited over a number that's probably wrong. Baby giant jaguars are as big as adult giant, or as big as a normal adult jaguar. Okay, yeah, checks out. So big enough to snuggle is what you're saying. All right, I'm going to risk it for the biscuit and say, please don't attack me right now, baddies. Please don't. Yeah, but still, wouldn't you want to cuddle with a a giant baby jaguar. Although, admittedly, it would probably just eat you. It's the likely outcome of that, actually. You'd die happy. Okay. Near Ice is good as doing them? Gotcha. I figure it's because, like, they're either finished with everything they need to do for adventure mode and are working on extra things, or it's because that's something they want to have done and ready for adventure mode. It's one of the two. Okay, let's do this. This. And this. I love how the dwarves are like, oh, hey, look, a new exit. A new way out. Uh-oh. Tree fell over. And is fighting with a dwarf. Want to not accidentally dig into the volcano, so I'm going to build around this. I don't know why I'm walling this whole thing off. I just kind of want to. Also, we're stuck in an ad now. Where there's no poop and pee? Yeah, but they can, like, pick you up and throw you by a finger and then strangle you to death. I don't know about that.
Crypt lava _TK.
What's that lava thinking about? Burning me? It's just singing Disco Inferno under its breath. They're well trained? I don't know. I've seen creatures in Dwarf Fortress lose their training many times. I'd take death by giant kitten over scooping giant kitty litter box. I think giant kitty just gets thrown outside. Das Burrow, thank you very much for the prime for the 4th time. Welcome back. And Deep Space, thank you very much for the 3-pack, bringing that up to around 100 gifted subs. That is a crazy huge number, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Ah. Don't know where that came from. Gotta get that number. Well, it also gives you a fancy color of sub-gifter badge. Your next sub payment is 2 months from now. Do you pay 3 months at a time? Because that would be why. Like, did you pay 3 months in advance and then forget? You've disabled auto repayments. It'll probably just cancel when you hit that. I had something interesting happen to me recently where it denied my credit card, which is definitely, like, not something that should be denied. Like, I'm all caught up on my credit card payments and, like, it's still in Amazon systems and everything, so I actually have no idea why it got denied, but I had to go manually re-up a sub to a longtime friend of mine because Twitch decided that I didn't keep the payment up, which is weird. All right, I'm going to pick something that looks not super strong. I don't know why everybody got kidnapped there, but we're going to go for something that looks a little less strong. We're going to go attack the Season of Incidents, which is basically my fort, at Beardton. I'm going to send Journey by themselves, and the goal is going to be pillage. Thanks for the $2.50, Devil Dawn. Thanks a lot. Seriously. And up here, I'm going to channel these all in. More construction's getting done. I need to do something with up here. I don't know what, though. Maybe a temple? Maybe we'll move the library up here. I think this is a nicer location for a library than my current location. Change the library into something else. Better make this into like an addition to the library or something. Or maybe a new tavern? Yeah, maybe we make this into a new tavern. How many of these green glass discs have I made? Whoa! I don't need a new mouse. I just have a really fucky mouse that stops working sometimes. That doesn't mean I need a new one yet.
I heard you needed a new mouse.
But thank you for the $100, MB Audio. Sheesh. Wow. I'm awake now. That's all I can say is I'm awake now. It's a few bob that, yep. A few bucks. 100 of them, in fact. Which is more like $130 Canadian, which is then subtracted another 30% down, so it's $100. But thank you. A ton. It means a lot. Holy shit. That, like, I think my revenue on the day up until now has been like 80 bucks or so. So you just like doubled today's revenue with that. Thank you. Thank you much. Let's do these. And this. And then that's the... Okay, I guess a different dwarf went and grabbed that job. I will just put the tile on this side then. Everything gets slowly put back together. That goes in, that goes in, that goes in, that goes in, that goes in. Kvac, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Thanks a ton. Just piling onto that goal. Still need to think about what we're gonna do with this room. Okay, you know what we could do with this that could be kind of funny? Separate this room out into 2 spaces. Maybe make a separate room for this. Maybe make a very large room that is just opposite, like open plan offices and open plan dining rooms. Each noble gets like, okay, so how many nobles do I have? I have 1, 2, okay, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because this one hasn't arrived yet, so I'm assuming they're not going to. So we'll just say 8. So each one can get 10 tables, 10 chairs, 10 of everything. We can do that. Make it all out of clear glass. I already have coffins. We're just gonna set these all to 80. It's gonna take a little bit to make them all, but we'll get there. Could do this like close to the sleeping area, actually. Well, the first one's 80% full on those. But congratulations on your new bits badge. You now have a literal paywall unlocked. And holy shit. Well, that's my week. Actually, no, we could do it here. We could do it here. $9 subs and $100 and 103.50. 103.50. What's those two? This is gonna be the Noble District. Just use granite. Got a ton of granite. Don't really... Oh, I know where that goes. Okay. We're getting low on granite all of a sudden. Funny how that works. Oops, no more granite. How convenient. Nope, no, you were out by 7 minutes, or like 3 minutes or something. Yeah, the initial round has to be within 5. Dwarf's injured. Oh shit! We're no longer getting the... These dwarves are expecting to die or whatever. Also, a journey has returned. Let's see how that fight went. Went down to that location. Season of incidents of the bulbous horns. We are the people who are we attacking. Iron Boot led the attack, and the dwarf Vacker Iron Boot made a poor plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, that... is bad. All right, let's try that again. It's like I realize you just lost a dwarf, but go do it again and don't screw up this time. Orbs Kunk is a funny name, but there's too many people there. You know, whenever like amounts of bits that big go off, I never really know what to say. It's just kind of like, well, I'm flabbergasted now. First, can we get this placed, please? Will they stop running that way? I would like to fill this back up with lava at some point. And them constantly running this way is making that tricky. But there's a lot of jobs that need to get done, so. Now the question is, how many dwarves do we lose this round? Dilmot, why haven't you left the map yet? Must be getting food. There we go. Now that's done. It never works the first try. You always have to try it a bunch of times. That kind of goes for quite a few things in Dwarfort. But yes, raise does work. Like, the mechanic works. It just doesn't work the first time. Or it rarely works the first time. Because you literally have to kill every single soldier and livestock animal used to defense. So, let's just say the population is 100, right? When you look at the combat log and it's like, attacked 4 people, slaying X number. All of those numbers literally need to hit 0 before raise will work. Conquer and Occupy is going to succeed faster because you just need to make them surrender instead of literally killing every single person. So if you want a quicker end to the fight, use Conquer and Occupy. I kind of want to cut out more of this mountain. Like do all this here. But Conquer and Occupy will also, you'll lose a dwarf when you use Conquer and Occupy. Oh, no. Man, this is like the most, like, imprisonment I've ever gotten in a fort. Iron Boot's tactical planning was superior, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. 2 dwarves got struck down, Kavish got struck down, and Iron Boot got struck down. No, Iron Boot got imprisoned, not struck down. Bloody hell. All right, I'm going to send all 3 of the other groups to go at, like, all 3 of my squads to go hit them. And we're just going to attempt to raise. Like this one, good couple. I don't know how all of these dwarves got imprisoned by less than 10 elves, but... we're going to attempt to conquer and occupy. I guess that would actually be a very effective way to get rid of a bunch of my nobles. Would just be to tell them to go, like, conquer and occupy a location. When you use 4 squads of strong dwarves, yeah. Let's also get this refilling with lava. I'm just gonna go pull that lever in a mo. Here it cometh. One dwarf just about jumped into the lava. It's a pretty heavily trafficked area, so I guess we want it to be nice. What's up, Revolution? Is that lava? That is lava, yes. It's the, our Duchess's personal heating system. Along with her and her pet bears. Welcome back, Ghost Bat. Bears and jaguars. Best pets. Get that shut so we don't get too much unnecessary lava flow, because it will actually backwash back into Panda's bedroom if I let this flow for too long. So we do actually have to get this shut off. But it's okay. Somebody's coming to pull the lever. Probably you. Yes? Is it you? Nope, it's the woman. And donk. The end floodgates are open? Oh, I know. Yeah, it opens both. Pulling that lever. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Only so much I can do. Well, no deaths yet. And they should be able to do that from up above. Okay. Wait, is that really out in 23 hours? I thought that was out on the 1st. Huh. I remember Bellinair saying that he had to finish Baldur's Gate 3 before before Armored Core came out, but I guess he's not at that point yet. I hope he finishes it. How big is that game, out of curiosity? He finally passed out in front of the fan today, so tired. Yeah, I slept better the last few nights, but literally it's just because, like, it's been slightly cooler. It's still compressed, 47 gigabytes. Oh, wow. Thick game. Kids just playing make-believe up here. This slowly getting filled. Zal for filling sandbags. Actually, how many dwarves do I have on planting? Oh, I was just wondering, like, I feel like I need more planters. Just looking at that, going, it's like, well, I have seeds, but nothing's getting planted. That explains that. Yeah, for some reason, I thought that Armored Core and Starfield came, or like pre-release for Armored Core, and those were on the same day, but whatever. I guess I was wrong. I also haven't been paying that much attention, so. Not that that really is a defense or anything, I just haven't been paying that much attention. Been pretty focused on real life shit, and way less focused on video game releases than I used to be. No one's blaming you, just sharing your excitement. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Have your excitement. Like, I feel like I should be excited. Like, the weird thing about Armored Core for me is I feel like I should be excited for it and playing it. But at the same time, I'm not and I'm not, if that makes any sense. Stray cat got stung by a bumblebee was definitely the cat's fault. Bumblebee did nothing wrong. Oh my fuck. These elves have some sort of goddamn superpower. Did we succeed? Nope. They had 10 dudes there. 19 tigers, 19 leopards. Like... These, like, elves are borderline invince. I've never encountered elves this impenetrable before. Something like that, yeah. And they haven't attacked us in the last few years either. That or maybe the dwarves are just defecting? I'm kind of at a loss. Kind of at a loss, chat. Well, I mean, that's one way to get rid of a bunch of nobles, I suppose. Yeah. Holy fuck. I kind of figured, like, they all get scared and surrender. I don't know. I wonder if it's because, like, we're just using leather armor. Because it's, like, it's literally all I have. Because I don't have any material that can be made into metal armor. I mean, one dwarf came back, Olin. This dwarf. Who is the militia captain of the bottommost squad. You know what? I'm going to try something dumb. Demand, surrender, and occupy. Just all by yourself there, Dwarfus. Elves are clearly the superior race. I mean, against these nincompoops, clearly. That is astonishing. Get some sleep, Raging Cave. We'll see you later, dude. I'm going to say it again, okay? We have nothing to make metal armor out of. I've been trading a lot recently and melting stuff down, and we're getting a little bit of a surplus of iron, which I'm going to try and make into steel. But no, this map literally has silver and lead, and one type of gems that I've found so far. Because we're on very sparse metals, and there's very little silver and lead. It's just Galena on this map. So, yes. Why? Okay, I have a question. Why do you feel the need to oof? Number one, the whole term just kind of bothers me. But there's nothing oof about that. It's part of the theme of this fort. It's what's making this fort entertaining, right? So you're like, wow, that sucked. No, it doesn't. Like, that was the whole, like, point of this fort. We did that intentionally. So if you want to be like, ooh, that's fun, an interesting challenge, that's a nice response to have. If you're just like, oof, I'm like, grow up. I don't know. It always will irk me weirdly. It's like there's literally nothing to oof about in that. Gotta get some Goblinite. We're not... Oh, okay, so here's the other fun fact, right? Which we've talked about many times, Devilish Potato. There's very, 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 very few goblins. Because the elves won. Because you know who also has, like, no metal? The goblins. So... This is literally a fortress. Wow, it must have failed. It was rejected. It's funny. We're just going to keep attempting to seize.
This is madness. Madness. This.
Not a thing in Dwarf. Yeet. Also, hello, Hobo. How was your day been? I have a really bad headache, which is just getting worse as the day goes on. A wooden cage trap is the best way to deal with a dragon. And then you train it and make it into your friend. Dragons are the only creature in the game that can destroy drawbridges that are raised, for the occasional spoilers. I think that actually the headache's just from the like forest fire smoke now that I think about it. Because it was really, really, really bad the last 2 days. Today it's not so bad, but like being in constant forest fire smoke starts to weigh on your system after a little bit. Yeah, hardest part is finding the dragon. It's like my entire time of playing this game, I've seen maybe half a dozen dragons. So, if you can roll back a save and try again, you can catch them in any kind of cage trap. It melted your entire population. Yeah, it'll do that. I mean, dragon fire is hotter than the sun. That is a known fact. Speaking of known facts, this is a known fact. That is a terrifying vulnerability in the fort. Actually, let's do something. What's my population right now? Did I ever set it up to 220 again? Yeah, it is. Uh-oh. Late spring? Probably should get migrants soon. On paper. Okay, so this is the manager's office right now. I think I'm going to move. So because on the bright side, everybody in that entire group getting captured means I have way less nobles now because they all left. I mean, I do still have 1, 2, 3 of them, but we have way less nobles. Meaning I don't actually need to give all of this this stuff to nobles now. I've apparently run out of lead. They're a good thing, but they can be a bit much if you have too many of them, because then most of your dwarves are just permanently in prison. Because it's almost impossible to keep up with their demands at a point. Time to fill out my squads yet again. See what we have for metal armor around. And we'll leave them on metal armor for a little bit. Ashen wishes to join the Dungeon of Dragons as a citizen of Bouldergate. Do you approve this request? Yes. Who is this dancer? This dwarven dancer right here, who has now been granted citizenship. Doesn't particularly care between war and peace. How do you feel about being in the military? You'll do okay. Eleanor, how goes the completion of Bouldersgate? Completely unrelated to the legendary dwarven fortress of bullshit and chaos and stupidity, Bouldersgate. If you guys want to see hot Bouldersgate spoilers, go to Belinair's stream. Because, oops, it's all spoilers at this point. There's so much to do. Because, like, I was just informed by chat that actually, apparently, it's out way sooner than I was expecting. There we go. We've now got an elvish poet. I'm going to make an elf-only squad. And we'll give them level armor. Leather armor. Which I'm assuming you would be at the bottom. Nope. So are you going to just be jumping straight into that on day one, Belle? Got a new pre-built desktop, top of the line, 49. Holy shit, been playing Baldur's Gate ever since. I haven't finished Act 1. Your fiance's so pissed. It's not worth pissing off your fiance. You should buy her a copy of the game and play in co-op. Sheesh. Don't be such a selfish video gamer. Are you going to be diving into Armored Core right when it comes out? Is what I asked. Mostly because I want to see that. Also, I can't see AC 6 without thinking of Ace Combat 6, by the way. Also, Moonwalking Stormtrooper, hello. That's a fun name. Bronzebane is a novice wrestler, so we'll throw you into that task. I mean, you did kind of kill a bronze colossus, so you can't be that weak, right? Right? Doctors is a competent fighter. In terms of crafting a masterwork. Dreamed of raising a family. This was realized. Completely helpless in stressful situations. You will not do well in the military. And PC is water cooled and runs Baldur's Gate 3 on ultra at 100 FPS at 90 degrees F. Well, if you want to stress test your computer, buy that Immortals of Avium game that's apparently not very good. Which is like the stress test game right now. Because it's like, yo, if you don't have anything less than a 30, like all the reviews I've seen is like, if you have less than a 3080 Ti, just Don't even bother. It's going, Lakayla, and yourself. Or Lakayla. I'll say that correctly at some point. Cool. Well, enjoy it while it lasts. It'll be out of date in 8 months. Dream of mastering a skill. Welcome to the military here, Dwarf. Yeah, I know how to say it, but... Dealing with the tail end of the worst move of a lifetime. Good lord. Any move is a bad move as far as I'm concerned. I may need to actually just, like... attack these goblins all the way down here, even though we're technically at peace with them. Because I need to train attacking somehow, and these elves are, like, absurd. Like, so many fucking prisoners. It was about 40 hours, and you went to sleep while moving constantly. 14-hour days and 115 plus heat indexes. You know, part of the reason I haven't moved from the location that I live in is every year my lease is up in August. And every time August rolls around and it's like been like relatively reasonable that I could move, it's like, I don't want to move in August. I'll sign for another year. So the result is I've just been here for forever. You know, I could renovate this room and make it into a manager's office. Apparently it's a little fugly, but make it nicer, prettier up a little bit. With an Xbox controller? Well, hey, it's better than nothing. Aiden, Craftstern wishes to join. All of these longtime dwarves who've been here for forever are finally joining. I am now a part of the Dungeon of Dragons, and I am very satisfied. Would you be even remotely decent in the military? Yes. Yes, yes, you would be. The Silky Sweetness sounds like a smut novel. It's a shark parchment scroll entitled The Silky Sweetness, authored by Obalbipang. Oba Paibang. It concerns the silky sweetness, a musical form. It's very rigid and amateurish at best, so it's about type of music. And Ola as well. I also don't know what you are. Are you an elf? Yes, you are. You joined the elf squad. No questions. It's a group of musicians that We're all joining the fort, or all slowly being forcibly recruited into the military. The PCIe slot broke? Jesus Christ, I can understand now why you're saying it's the worst move of all time. Like, that's awful. Holy shit. I'm sorry for your loss. Like, seriously, chat, pour one out. That's like Nightmare Factory level stuff. Like the thing that people joke about happening to you when you try to move a computer. That's a pretty cool little manager's office, I think. Sure. You need a chair, though. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. It's becoming everybody raid blind day. Or at least everybody in Halcyon raid blind day. I hope that your stream was good, Jess. How's things? Yeah, it's just repeat. They just keep rejecting it. Rejected. Rejected. So, yeah, we haven't successfully done it yet. It's 570 board 2. Luckily, you managed to buy a used one off of a friend. It's kind of showing up in the mail tonight. Well, hell yeah. If you guys don't know who Jess is, Jess plays a variety of fun video games over at twitch.tv/whatjess. Go click on that heart at the top of the screen. Give her a follow. I think she's been playing a lot of RimWorld recently. I need noms? I was going to say, you've been on late. I gave you a dwarf when you raided me the other day, Jess, and I would like you to know that they are not dead yet. And also not, like, going insanely crazy or anything. And you did see a dwarf tell the story of the removal of Darius Cardrin, the Burden of Dykes, from the position of Captain of the Guard of the Dungeon of Dragons in late autumn of 147. It is interesting. He got removed because he died. He got his forehead impaled. And Ast the Weaver has been possessed. I'm assuming is going to show up down here. There you are. Yeah, no, actually, that is something of an accomplishment in this fort. Hello, non-major nerd. What's up? Human caravan has arrived. Maybe we could do some trading, possibly? Perhaps? I don't know what I'd sell them. The graveyard is quite extensive. Yep, it's almost as extensive as the deck next to the main deck for any Yu-Gi-Oh player. Let's start making iron shields. Well, actually, can I... Big iron. No, I don't have flux, right. Okay, we're just going to keep making bronze. And maybe we can start making some bronze armor pretty soon. Did that just cancel, or am I going crazy? I think it just canceled. Oh, I see. I queued up black bronze, not bronze. You there? There's much to discuss. Yep. And, I mean, I could sell them all these friggin' arrows. Which we're still trying to get rid of after the elves gave us a whole bunch of arrows for free. Very kind of them, really. They kept shooting them into the fort. Mostly full of blocks. Mostly buckets. Random crowns. Bunch of gems. I mean, honestly, yeah, I would say that, like, actually, you know, the KDA for, like, elves versus us might actually be pretty similar. They definitely killed more. We've definitely killed more of their war animals than they have of ours. But yeah, no, it's been kind of a ludicrous kill-to-death ratio. Although they've certainly got way more prisoners. We have one prisoner. We have one imprisoned elf right now. One single imprisoned elf. We don't need these. Also don't need these. Oh shit, they actually sent the Merchant's Guild guy this time. Okay, bronze. Iron. Looks like they don't have steel. Okay, so bronze, iron, and let's say iron anvils. Hello, Infinity. Hope you're doing well. Ah, here they come. Virtual desktops are on Windows. You know what's funny? Even when I only have one screen, I still don't use them because I immediately forget that I'm using multiple desktops. And then I get confused as to where something is. And then I spend more time trying to find stuff versus just minimizing stuff. It's good to see you too, Infinity. Are we not making rock blocks right now? I guess not. Ash, where's potash? Need potash from ash. Maybe. Thing I'm forgetting. Well, I was gonna say the thing I'm forgetting is pearl ash, but it looks like I got plenty. Oh, we need logs. Well, I need to chop down some trees. That's probably a pretty big issue then. Needs sand-bearing items. So we're just not collecting sand fast enough is what you're trying to tell me, video game. Ooh, bag. How many empty bags do we have? Plenty. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, did Atari just announce a new console, or are they just reissuing the 2600? And am I going insane, or do I need to watch this video? Falling downstairs hurts quite a bit, worse than flying spoons impaling generous nobles in scooping accidents. Masterfully crafted folklore will blow glitter upon the eyes of whimsical children. Doctrines of the established grammar, please, consistently is very bananas. For linguists who take no quarters ever, microwave tinfoil is spicy fire for anyone who turns down safety soup. Bronze potatoes don't like being microwaved. Thus, the bronze potato may mash kitchens as get me. All caught up? Trying your first capital build in Dwarf Fortress, 5 burrows were killing you. Why did you have so many burrows? Oh yeah, no, DF Hack will, like, if you want sieges to be easy mode, DF Hack will do that for you. I actually kind of like citizens getting caught out by sieges. I think it's kind of hysterical, so it amuses me. So I don't worry about it too much. I just kind of sometimes let dwarves get caught out. And just be a bad person and smile to myself when it happens. Me stroking out. No. Dwarf Fortress, are you okay? I think we're about to get sieged by elves. Seeing as the frame rate just dropped down to null. That or something stuck. Every other time this has happened, it's because there's like 500 elves appearing on the map. Well, I basically play telephone with my Discord. Essentially, is what that was. On the Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Stories where people can just add words in any order, basically. All right, frames are coming back a little bit. All right, we'll wait until the game sorts it out. I'm sure it will. There's 95 magma crabs on the map. I don't think that's the issue. But yeah, I don't think that helped at all. So it's not elves. Probably not that either. be anything stuck anywhere. I guess we just wait for it to sort itself out. I don't know. I mean, I could slaughter some cats, but it's unlikely that that's actually the issue here. Unless something is stuck somewhere. But I didn't do anything that could get anything stuck in a way that would cause my frames to tank like that. If anything, this will actually make it worse. If, why do I have a bunny? I'm gonna eat the bunny. Checking my locked doors. It's like, is something locked behind a door? Clother cancels store something, could not find path. Version. Ah! Classic. There we go. Found the issue. Oblock McDorfus is stuck. Well, I mean, cats don't have owners. They adopt their owners, right? This does not happen very often. I cannot remember the last time I actually had a dwarf get stuck like this, where they just like got that rapidly canceling thing. Fortunately, it's really easy to spot, though. You do. It's called your cancellation menu. Look at this. See? I can't move the mouse, so I'm pointing at my screen like you can see what I'm pointing at. But Oblock cancels store to own item, could not find path, X65. How did they get in those situations? He was hauling an item that was on top of a tree and somebody chopped down the tree that was near him. It's literally that simple. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Now we just need Woodcutter Dwarf to get their little butt over here to knock this tree down. And this will solve it. Now they're trying to drink. Yeah, what's supposed to happen is they're supposed to just cancel all jobs, but I feel like there's some unique situations where this still happens. It's been a long time since I've actually seen this happen. They're also supposed to have a skill where they can climb, but I wonder if there's like just like a issue with, oh, they just don't have enough skill in that or whatever. It certainly seems that way. Anyway, perfectly good opportunity and excuse for me to slaughter a bunch of cats, so, you know, nothing of value is really lost. Huh. Killing Floor 3 has been announced. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to go into early access or if it's just going to release. Well, this is going to take a minute. I could actually just use Fast Dwarf. Yeah, let's use Fast Dwarf. Fast Dwarf 2! Now the dwarves move double speed, so this process will get done quicker. There we go. Fast Dwarf 0. And they move normal speed. And this dwarf is currently in midair. Donk. Lands. You okay there, dwarf? Yeah, you're fine. Perfect. Frame rate come back. Good to have you back. Frame rate missed you. Everybody, welcome back our best friend, Frames, who have now returned to us. Once you encountered a yak on top of a wall, you don't know what happened. Was it still alive? It probably got scared and jumped. I'm not joking. Like, I shit you not, it is very, very likely that it just got startled by something. It's like the classic Dwarf Fortress line. It's like, how do you get an elephant out of a tree? You wait until fall. Don't actually know why there's a piece of wood right there. Do you like being in prison here, Dwarf? Guilty. Well, that's unfortunate. Jess is a novice wrestler, apparently. Don't want to just, like... Considering I know, like, the likelihood of survival. Don't want to just go start sending dwarves out into their doom that don't need to be. Dwarf stuck in a tree. Genesee. And then I fast dwarfed to get them out. So I basically turned on debug mode to double the speed of the dwarves so that we could just knock the tree down. It's like the only time I'll really use fast dwarf is if the frame rate's been like cut by a quarter for some reason. Dejected after being unable to acquire something for too long. You have a frickin' iron scimitar. And you're dejected? Dwarf, please. Okay, so I got 22 bronze bars. Let's make bronze helms. I'm actually not sure how many bars those take, so we'll wait for a second. We got a llama wool skirt that's been offered to the Dungeon of Dragons made by Ast. You asked me enough times, and this is a short llama wool skirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It makes you look pretty, and it is decorated with llama wool and round lime wood, and square-cut green glass gems and orange wood. This object is made from llama wool cloth, and the thread is emerald with emerald dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass, and cat bone and menaces with spikes of llama wool and alpaca wool and dog leather. On the item is an image of a cockatiel in steel. Cockatiel man in steel. I don't actually know if you have enough clothing left to wear this. My Duchess. Good try. She's just gonna look completely naked. It's kind of true. She's gonna look completely naked. I woke up Budgie. I said a bird's name. Let's layer it on. Okay. That's what you get for dreaming of ruling the world. You look naked because the game doesn't have sprites for you. Bronze. Okay, is it literally 1 bronze bar per helm? For some reason, I thought it was 3. Cool. The main squad are getting bronze helms, finally. And Thono Sectulips? Sure, yeah, you can join. You sound like an elf. I may be wrong, but... no, human poet. Well, regardless, you can join the elves in the non-dwarven squad. Although, the funny thing is, the human is going to be the only fully armored person in the whole fort because they're the only one that actually has enough weapon options around. Because I need to go and melt some things down, apparently. I search by large. Never remember. Well, these need to be melted, actually. Not for armor. Well, that's cool. I think there's 2 large iron daggers on the map somehow. That remind a tavern to play, like, what do you mean? Is it a thing of my mind? That remind. What do you mean by that remind? The drinking industry, the party song, plays when dwarves are dancing in the tavern. Sometimes, but not always. If that's what you're asking. This is supposed to have nothing in it. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to melt these down. I don't know if I can melt this silver down, but I'm just noticing that there's a ton of silver that's like... Is in my stocks? Apparently I have 356 silver glob. What other kinds of glob do I have? Tin glob? Lead glob? Cat fat? Well, that's good. Actually, I should make soap. I should really make soap. Holy shit. But... Apparently, I thought that stuff would just go away. Apparently not. I wonder if I can melt this stuff down. And make bars out of it. Ognet Prince Mines. Sure, you sound like a dwarf. But are you? Nope, you're a dwarf and a competent mace dwarf. Is that because of the lava incidents? I assume so, but I thought that they would just clean that stuff up. Because that's the way I've always seen it operate in the past, is they just like, oh, there's glob on the ground. Clean it up. Anyway, let's get a little soap maker's industry up and running. We're just going to do it down here. Let's make an ashery. Actually, I think I have like 3 up here, don't I? Yeah, I do. I'll make one there anyway. And a soap maker's shop. And a soap maker's shop. Because I've got so much ash sitting around. Like, let's check the ash counts that we have. Assuming I got tons of ash. Otherwise, I can queue up ash. We can catch him. I got lots of potash. Turns out, lots of potash. Yeah, I've got literally 1,000+ ash. And tons of pearl ash. Okay, so we're fine on that. Might as well just start making soap. Give dwarves soapy bats. They'll be happy. Finally something they can be happy about. Just making sure they weren't going to put soap there. So they can outrun a siege? Sometimes. My knee-jerk response is if it isn't a dwarf you're super worried about, that you really like, throw your hands in the air and scream moron and move on with your day. Dwarves have a weird similarity to lemmings in that way. Yeah, legendary miner. So, if you go into tasks, sometimes it'll let you cancel it, depending on what he's doing. So if he's hauling it to construct an item, or build a piece of furniture, you can cancel it. Stink Odor is, in fact, in this fort. Yeah, the artifact that Panda made is called Stink Odor. So if they're going to take it to a stoneworker's shop or any other kind of workshop, you can hit this button, which will cancel it. But if it's a haul job to a stockpile, I don't think you can cancel it. At which point I would say in the future you should put wheelbarrows in your stockpiles so for your stone stockpiles so that they move at normal walking pace instead of very slowly. Forbidding the rock almost never makes them drop it, I find. Like, it's very rare that they actually drop it when you forbid it. Like, sometimes they do, but almost never. Okay, well, if they're building a wall, then you can cancel it from the tasks menu. Yeah. If they are constructing something, you can cancel it from the tasks menu. Nowhere near enough helms in here. You're gonna rename your first scholar blind. Well, thank you. I'm honored. Let's see how this soap industry is going. Grizzly bear soap. That sounds like an actual brand. Dog soap. That's a crime. And you get to be that. And we're going to go down to here. And go, okay, so right there. A migrant has arrived. What a moron. I wouldn't. Okay, so hole right there. Let's dig right there. So I don't think I need to build those stairs. I mean, that fort just got too tedious to keep playing. I should really just retire Burn Vault. Barely any. We were able to get some in, and then a Forgotten Beast killed most of them. Like, I think the last time I played that fort, I had like 7 usable dwarves or something. So no, not really. Yes. I will not ignore you, but yes, you are a confused celery. And also, Arch Matux, thank you very much for the 5th month with Prime. Welcome back. What do I need for a well? I need a chain. Well, that'll be a change of pace. I think I can make some gold chains. I have gold, right? Don't I? I've bought some gold, I think, maybe. 2 gold bars. Maybe I should make silver chain. Let's make silver chain. That's a lot of soap. All right, so we're going to make a soap maker's workshop up here. Move it up to that side. Hopefully it does. But no, the next fortress that I'm going to make is going to be called Starfield. So, in a fort, can you get new migrants from that faction? Define subjugate? What's your definition of subjugate in the realm of Dwarfort? I'll just use that lead bucket. I'm sure it'll be fine and healthy. That's not a thing you can do. I mean, like, you can demand tribute, but you can't demand subjugate. If you can't attack civ, like, you can't occupy or attack locations that belong to your civ, so, like, you literally can't do that. But, oh, I sorry, I thought you meant, like, your own civilization. No, you will not get migrants from that faction. They'll just operate the same way, what's it called?
Lucky number 13 Sue.
They will operate the same way, Helixes do, where you can sometimes request merchants from them, but they will just be your own faction. Gristuth, thank you very much for the 13th month. Appreciate you, mate. Helping us hit that 350, which we were very close to. Looks like we are slowly getting that soap up in here. And then this can be a water source. Which means dwarves can now give themselves soapy baths. And I will go down to this water source and get rid of it. And this water source and get rid of it. Yay, Optimus. I haven't seen anybody cleaning themselves just yet. Well, that's sad. I want to see dwarves that are happy about having a soapy bath, but... Getting by, nature dwarf. Same diplomat is visiting ×3? Why are you leaving and returning on repeat? Well, there you go, Optimus. Glad it worked. I don't know if you can hear me or if you're stuck in an ad, but hell yeah. I'm just waiting for the ad stand. 30 seconds. So I'm kind of terrified to send my soldiers out now. Because it's like every time I do, I just lose half of them. So... I don't know what to do. I'm thinking I just go raid this tower. We're gonna send my fully decked out squad and say, good luck there, dwarves. Go do your bestest. So we're sending out our squad to go try and steal stuff from necromancers. Because that still is one of my main goals for this fort. I feel so bad for that poor doctor. He's been in prison for so long. I'm gonna put some fancy glass windows in between these cell spots. So at the very least, you know, they can, like, admire pretty glass windows while it's in prison. I'm sure that'll be nice. It's going to restrict their movement, but, like, you know, it's pretty windows. Who's going to complain about pretty windows? I'm sure that they will love this as an addition to their existence. They should be thankful that we didn't just, you know, stab them in the head, frankly. You're heading to bed, Dominoc. We'll see you later. Take care of yourself, dude. I repent. Well, that's good. Somebody has to. All right, chat. So, how many of these dwarves do you think return? 10 dwarves leave to go steal stuff from necromancers. How many do you think are going to return? Two, 4, 10 return. 11? Well, that's concerning. 6, 7. All of them? Maybe not a lot. All of them, eventually. I'm just waiting for them all to vanish from this screen. Can they ever come back as undead? If that's possible, I've never seen it. I don't know. Well, 2. Looks like. They're all prisoners. I don't know what we're doing wrong. Like, genuinely. I have no idea. I've never had this happen before. Like, yeah, I don't know what your prize is. Aside from my sadness. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, right? It doesn't matter what their ambush skill is. I've had extremely high-level ambushers already, and this keeps happening. Okay? So, the difference here between what normally happens, right, is normally they'd fail the attack. They'd fail the ambush. Okay, fight breaks out. I get a combat log. 2 die. 1 dies. 1 gets imprisoned. I've never had literal whole squads just imprisoned with no combat, which is what keeps happening. Which is bizarre. Like, in thousands of hours of time in this game, I've never had this level of consistency when it comes to dwarves failing sieges and just getting imprisoned. Not once. Not ever. This is weird. It's like, I'll send, like, okay, like, as an example, right? This location. These were all legendary soldiers. This location, which I've later captured and still can't get these dwarves back, these were all legendary. I don't know if it's something to ask Putnam about. I think this world's just fucked. Like, I just want a Necronomicon. Is that so much to ask for? I have a human in my squad? That's an elf, actually. Although this squad is 2 elves and a human. Although, why are you... Yeah, no orders. You should be training. Also, why is only one of you training? They're fleeing from Bouldersgate? I mean, that's like my story headcanon, but like... It's so fucking weird, man. Like, bizarre. It's like without fail. It does not matter how good the squads are. You have to accept them via public taverns into your fortress, and then they have to stay in the fort for a year. Yeah, I don't know. I am flabbergasted. This is bizarre. This is so strange. Normally when they fail sieges, what happens is, like, a fight will break out, and then you'll get a combat log. This is what happens, right? They attack, and then everybody gets kidnapped. Although in this case, it looks like they're all just struck down. So maybe this one's more normal. Or if Odom was struck down by Teshi's monster. Or, yeah, Teshil's monster. Okay, so this one's more normal. I'm less confused now. But, I don't know. This, like, absurdly consistent. Like, death is, like, concerning. I don't know. But it's literally got... It's completely unrelated to... ambushing. All right, Laura, you can be the new commander of this squad. Somebody's got some experience being a hunter. Although you've killed nothing, so what actually is your ambushing skill? Also, fun fact, the Hunter's Guild skill teaches ambushing is actually something I added to the wiki because I found that. Because nobody else was making guilds, and I was like looking at what skills they were training in guilds. I sent 4 squads, and every single one of them got kidnapped once. But I don't think it's a bug. I think this world is just crazy. I think turning minerals down to very scarce is just screwed some things up in the balance of the game. That's my suspicion. But anyway, I guess I get to train these squads back up again and remake our extremely expensive and hard to acquire helmets and shields. Because we have like very, very, very minimal to no materials. Dwarf has a funny haircut. Her hair is coiled. Yes, I guess it is. For a second there, I thought that that was the goose that I clicked on, and it said that they were a baroness, and I was very concerned for a second. How about this elf? Want to know what your skills are? Somebody's in trouble at my community garden. They just sent out an email saying that people need to make sure that their things are under 6 feet, which usually means somebody did a fuck up and made something above 6 feet. It's usually what it means. It's generally what it means. Almost always what it means, in fact. No, that's a clear glass floor. That's why it's semi-transparent too. Okay. Well, not really. We'll just let you train. How old are you? 310 years old. I don't even care if they like their jobs. This is where I'm at. Just looking for tasks that aren't immediately necessary to the long-term existence and survival of the fortress. Look at this. See, all of that armor that I just made for all those dwarves, gone. Just gone. Like, that's the actual loss here, is all the bronze that I lost there. Iron shields it is. Which is why the elves have such an absurdly high advantage over everybody else. Yeah, because there isn't a lot of it. There isn't a lot of metal in the world. Which is why the elves have such high portion of everything taken over. Who is the... Oh, I saw the manager for a second there. Messenger, broker... Never mind. Who actually is the manager? Chucks, Bucks, Snucks, still. You're still alive somehow. There you are. Well, I mean, like, there was a bunch of goblin pits close to where I settled initially, right? It's all elvish. They've all been taken over by elves. Because goblins without, like, iron and steel and bronze, pretty shit. Like, they're not very effective at their jobs. They're not particularly threatening. They can't really do much in, like, as far as defend themselves go. They're, like, weaker dwarves, basically. They have an advantage because they have metal that is better than what the elves can get generally. So that's where they get their advantage from. Caravan has arrived. We'll have to give them lots of gifts. Figure out a new location to put all that stuff. You're feeling it's easier? Young Worlds are different. I mean, you'll have more Forgotten Beasts, Titans, and things like dragons alive. Hydras, giants, ettins, that sort of thing. But you will have a lot less, like, were creatures and stuff that require time to form, right? Like, were creatures need time in-game to suddenly pop into existence. I think I'm gonna sell all of my lead goblets, and we're gonna make a bunch of clear glass goblets. It's the mug economy, chat. We're mugging the dwarves. We can also sell them some windows. Yes. Levistack. Like, I've had worlds that have no zombies if no secrets in life and death have been taught to anybody. An optimally diverse world, Jen, you go for 70 to 80 years. Yeah, but with how many civs is that, though? So that's only going to be optimally diverse for, like, whatever number of civs you have. I get very diverse worlds by just simply cranking the number of civs up to maximum. So you get the maximum spawn of literally everything. That's what I find makes the most interesting worlds. I'm also going to get rid of that Gabbro floodgate that's just been sitting in the middle of here for forever. It's a lot of pots. Sell all my extra green glass bookcases because I don't really need those. Considering we're very talented. Oh, you know, we could also sell them soap. Dog soap, donkey soap, grizzly bear soap, leopard soap, jaguar soap. We'll sell them the dog soap so I don't have to feel bad, and the monkey soap so I also don't have to feel bad. And the donkey soap because it's donkey soap and nobody wants to be cleaning themselves with a donkey. Yeah, you can do some absurd things in advanced. An advanced world, Jen. What we have. Getting there. Three, two, one, bang. Oh, they're still trading. Still prepping. I don't know. I almost never actually settle on volcanoes. Like, this is like maybe my second volcano fort this year. It's like maybe 1 in 15 forts I'll do will actually be on a volcano. So I don't ever bother cranking up volcanoes. I like Advanced World Gen, but every once in a while it ends with just an ocean from something being set wrong. Just an ocean from something. An ocean from something? What's an ocean from something? To understand things better? How do volcanoes make you understand things better? I mean, I understand it for, like, learning how to fiddle around with lava, but... Oh, I see. There's just like just a giant. I understand what you mean. I thought you were using an ocean as a way of referring to distance. It's like, oh, it was like an ocean far away from where it was supposed to be or something. I was like, what? Got a bone doctor who's claimed a magma glass furnace. Usually what happens if I screw something up in Advanced World Gen, the game crashes. That's usually what happens to me anyway. We'll just gen, crash. Okay. Or it'll just like fail to even load the world in the first place and just crash a bajillion times. Oh, hey, we actually got the first minecart full. Good progress. Somebody in my building thinks that they have really good taste in music and are deciding to broadcast it to everybody. Don't you love it when neighbors do that? I'm just like, man, my music is so good. I want everybody else to hear it. Let's, that's a pretty decent value. Buy all those bars. Ah, I know exactly who it is. So my neighbor is this Chinese lady, and she always has students who she lets stay in her unit. Like she rents out a room, basically. And the guy that's currently renting out that room has a Bluetooth speaker in his backpack at all times, which is always playing music. I kind of hate the kid. Pons, thank you very much for the raid. Dang, I think I've gotten more raids today than I've gotten, like, all month. Let's actually not buy those warhammers or maces. I do, however, you know what, let's not buy the bar. Let's just buy the armor, as much of it as I can. Throw some more things in here and then we'll trade for armor. Chad, if you want to see some competitive online games, go watch Ponce. Pretty good for that. It's kind of his forte. Ponce is good people. I recommend watching Ponce if you're looking for entertaining stream to watch. It's, you just popped into the chat with a raid. PAWNCE. What were you up to today? Still dark and darkering, I assume? He'll just be a run-of-the-mill Armored Core streamer like the rest of the website for a while. Trust me, I will definitely be titling my stream Not Armored Core. Which is actually going to be kind of sad, because I kind of want to play my Armored Core. But I will, hold back my own tendencies and not. You're trying to spend all your money because they're wiping on Monday. Gotcha. I'm always impressed by the fact that, like, games communities have, like, accepted wipes as a mechanic now. Almost. I know it's like as part of like, oh, game's not done yet, so thus it gets wipes constantly. But it's like, I feel like this current era of like, you know, Escape from Tarkov and games like that is like the first era where it's like content wipes due to patches is the first time that like I see people getting excited. It's like, oh yeah, no, there was another wipe in Tarkov, so I gotta go back and play a bunch. It's like, man, people usually get mad when their saves were fucked. Like, it's such an interesting little culture shift. Can you name a fortress? I don't know. I'd need to go dig into the Dwarven language. I know I can name them Skyrim, Rimworld, Starfield. So Starfield, I think, is going to be my next fort. Unless we just want to abandon this one and call one, like, Armored Core. But I don't know how much I want to actually commit to this bit, so... I mean, it's funny at the moment, but... Tis a roguelike in a way. That's not... You know how mad I get every time I get an email? It's like, we're making a roguelike with that, but that. It's like, it's not a roguelike. Like, it just makes me sad. Your time in this chat is a roguelike, as in, I don't think that joke's funny. I don't know. Ain't nothing like rogue. Ain't even roguish. Boulder Corefield. What? That's all I have to say to that is what? Let's drop the subject yesterday, Levistek. Because it's one of those things that I will rant about for the next 90 minutes. So unless you really want that, which very few people actually do, let's change the subject. It's the death of my favorite genre due to human stupidity and marketing. Two of my least favorite things. That rant is fun once. Yep. It was fun for me 5 years ago. The first few times I felt the need to actually have that rant. Now it just drives my blood pressure up, and then people make fun of me when I do it. Which doesn't tend well for anybody. Oh yeah, no, I've literally rage quit stream a couple of times due to that fucking rant. Oh boy. What do you want? You want bones, maybe? It's gonna be an expensive artifact. Oh, logs, possibly. You love that area furnace, all of the furnaces and all that. Yeah, I think this fortress turned out looking real neat. It is a real cool looking fort. I mean, it's certainly very much not cool, but yes. Figure of speech, as they say. All right, well, it's not trees. You want rough gems. Rough gems. Okay, so I think that there might be some... There. If lava has shades, then it's cool, but the shades are almost invisible. I love that, like, you guys don't have to spend channel points on dwarves anymore, and now people are just, like, actually modifying emotes again. Instead of just hoarding them. Unless I'm misunderstanding what's happening here, but. Rolf used to be rich, speaking of. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Because Rolf used to be rich. Maybe I should make a post-beers redemption. That's just like, it just says, so-and-so wants beers. Hey, chat, post beers or something like that. You guys can just trigger random beer offs. Maybe I should do that. I'm trying to think of other ways for you guys to spend your points. Okay, let's see. Strange mood. There we go. Yeah, that'll do her. Done. Some interesting pathing dodging all of these dwarves. You begun a mysterious construction? I think this might end up being one of the more valuable artifacts. 3 pieces of raw green glass, electrum bars, oval kunzite cabochons, pig iron bars, rough wax opals, round black opal cabochons, and pomelo wood logs and pomelo wood logs. Also think I'm going to open the tavern back up to visitors. Okay, so we now have all the shields. I'm going to buy all their helms. Go our way up this way. See what we have. We'll buy the scrolls. Buy those. Buy those. Not the cheese. We don't need the cheese. Buy those. Oops. God damn it. Fine, Greaves. Let's just mark all. Shield. Gauntlets. What else am I missing? There's no plate armor. There's far too many things in here that I've sold them already, so pain to scroll through all this. Helm, that's the thing I'm forgetting. Okay, what else am I forgetting? I know, we'll just trade. Metal armor. There we go. First squad is getting bumped up a little bit, which is good. Everybody else is getting other things. Oh, hey, I've been streaming for 8 hours. When did that happen? Neat. Yesterday took forever, and today's been flying by. 8 hours ago? Really? No, 8 hours ago I started streaming. It's actually 10 minutes and 59 seconds ago is when that happened. Time doesn't work right when playing DF? I don't think time works right. I think time works pretty wrong, actually. My back pain agrees with this statement. The most terrifying thing, actually, is the fact that my back pain has gained sentience. It speaks to me in dulcet tones of pain and screams. You have issues with time with minigames? It's very few games that I actually have issues with time with. Most games I'm acutely aware of how much time has passed, and it's kind of a problem. That is a expensive, fancy, schmancy bucket. The Bone Doctor has created Gauchistudan, a green glass bucket, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Lightast Lifecoal. This is a green glass bucket. All craft store ship is, of course, of high quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut kunsites, emerald cut wax opals, decorated with octacut gone green glass gems, and encircled with bands of emerald cut green glass gems. The handle is made from green glass. This object menaces with spikes of black opal, pomelo wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in pig iron. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Bouldersgate by the Dungeon of Dragons, not the Dimension of Dragons. The Dungeon of Dragons in the of the Rack of Princesses of the early spring of 139. On the item is an image of Stodier Labordid, the dwarf, and dwarves in Pomelo Wood. Stodier Labordid is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Stodier Labordid to the position of queen of the Rack of Princesses in the late summer of 153. Probably our fault, but that's cool. Time to swap out this well with a much nicer well. We're still making soap. Oh my god. Time to make the nicest well I've made in a while. Real gar, fancy ash bucket, and those two things. A well-made well. Well. Probably smooth these walls, eh? It's like I've just got all of these walls here and they've just like not been smoothed yet. Water we have here, a Dwarf, most likely. It's never going to be all in that bucket. No, it's always going to be a nice bucket. All right. Some dwarves have arrived. Anybody who dreams of mastering a skill joins the military. No questions asked. Some questions may be answered, though. 3? Is that all I get? Wow. Tekket is toppling crap, because Tekket is a big meanie. That's a lot of tickets. Elfie Bean, congrats. Anna, respect week. Do you respect the week, or are you telling me to respect the week? Because I'd prefer to respect the weekend. It's a lot of freaking merchants, holy shit. It's a human poet. Welcome to the fort. Poety. It's 3 losses in a row. You struck out, Talon. You struck out. Also, you know, I have this pretty great miner over here. Kind of looks like a giraffe. So he's now officially the suited giraffe, who finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this, since he values friendship. He has a calm demeanor, and he often acts with compassion. He is slow to anger and has a sense of duty, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of attaining a rank in society, and this dream was realized, and he personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law, and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, sees denial of impulses as something foolish, and deeply dislikes competition, hates those who wield power over others, and finds leisure time wasteful, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes pyrolusite and tin and red flash opal, and the color gold and yellow, and high boots and crowns, in the words of the umber skirts, and the sight of the aquamarine orbs, and when possible prefers to consume sunfish and turtle, and pond turtle, and potato wine, and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates cave spiders. He has a very long beard, which is braided. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven, and his cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and his hair is top gray mixed with gray, and his eyes are bronze. Welcome to the fort. Your eldest son is dead. Your eldest daughter is dead. Your mother is dead, and your older sister is dead. Your uncle is dead. Your other uncle is dead. All of your nieces are dead. All of your nephews are dead. At least these are the ones that were here. Your cousin Mistum is alive, and Erdem is dead. Ranger Rick is dead. Thob is dead. Olbach's still around. Metob's dead. Your cousin Arab is dead. Your cousin Swimming Carcass is alive, oddly enough. Go figure. Cole is dead. Servesh is alive, and your lover, who is a Hammer Lord, is dead. And you worship 10 billion gods. Your apprentice is also dead, and your former apprentice, a devilish potato, is alive. I don't know how that happened. I mean, any number of ways, potentially. No. I'll say yes to you. No, yes. I showed you my tavern, and they all responded. Something on the surface has collapsed. Is the whole map on fire again? Oops. Well, that's a shame. Hopefully it goes out soon. Just build this and deconstruct it so I can see the sand again. Hopefully it rains soon. So, apparently Zach Bussey, who is, like, maybe the only journalist I can think of who exclusively reports on Twitch stuff and the live streaming space. It's literally all he does. He reports on, like, news surrounding Twitch and the live streaming space. Apparently got his press pass denied for TwitchCon. So he posts on his socials, he's just like, so who qualifies for a press pass to TwitchCon if mine gets declined? It's like, you know, you do kind of report on a lot of stuff that I think Twitch wouldn't want you reporting on. Too critical. Also, it's weird to me that Twitch gets a press passes, because aren't we all kind of like press for Twitch? It's weird that they even have that as an option to me. Frames look good despite the fire. The frames will only be bad if the fire is blocking pathing, which it isn't. So, we're fine right now. They only want good press? Yeah, naturally. Can I do a quick fort tour real quick? You're showing the game to a friend through my stream and would like to show him how it all looks. Sure, give me a sec. Just let me finish building this wall or I will forget and then something will attack me and then I will die because there isn't a wall here. I'm also kind of overdue for a fort tour anyway. Doesn't help that half the map is burning down right now. Although this fort is kind of a mess, so I don't know how easy it is to follow. Sometimes I build forts that are specifically, like, easy to visually follow. And then sometimes I build forts like this, where it's just like, there's just stuff everywhere. I don't know. To me, I think this fort looks kind of messy, but just need that to get taken out. Here come the wall bits. So there's going to be a lot of don't worry about that in this fort tour. But this is our front door, which is not as fancy looking as I want it to be. This is our perfectly safe entryway where you're definitely not going to die. Don't mind the forest fires. This is some traps. This is the rest of the entry walkway, which goes down to around here, where then you walk past my lovely animal fields across our very safe bridge where nobody has died underneath the very safe lava thing. Don't worry about it. And anyway, then in here we have kind of an extension of our tavern. We have a barracks for training, weird contraptions. We have temples, higher multi-layer things, the manager's office, an experiment that kills my frame rate, the space for the master of the fortress to manage, where people show up and be like, hey, please can I live here? And I'll be like, okay, for every couple of them. And here's a library. Here's a space I haven't done anything with yet. This is my my ammo battery. This is where we farm. right here. This is the top of the volcano. As we go down through the fortress, we have some bedrooms over here. This is where we make all of our metal and glass and other things. This is our zoo. This is where we keep the adorable widow baby winos. Oh no, did Mommy Rhino die? Uh-oh, I guess so. Oh, these are our adorable widow baby winos. And then over here we have a temple that I forgot existed until just now. And up here is the vault for our artifacts. And then down here we do some crafting. We got a bunch of bedrooms. Up here we got some more bedrooms. Up here we got some more those don't go to the edge of the thing. No, they don't. Up here we got some more bedrooms and a guild hall. Down here we have our kitchens. And then a hallway which flooded with lava once. Here we have prisons over in this tower. Where dwarves are perfectly happy crying themselves to sleep every night, chained up for crimes that they probably don't deserve to be chained up for, which is usually how that works. And then down here we have power with a bunch of coffins on either side. The coffins are purely decorative. We've never used a single one of them, I swear. And then here in the middle is our water wheels, which is powering everything else in the fort. This is the really big coffin for the person who's more important than everybody else. And then we can go down, 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 down. There's more coffins down here. And then we can go down, 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 down. And then here is the cavern layer that we've discovered. Where there's water. And up on the surface, you know, there's big hills, lots of trees, beautiful landscapes, and beautiful, glorious forest fires that I caused. And over here is the world map. That's your real quick fort tour. Hopefully that was helpful. And I'm being visited by 1.5 billion bards. We'll make the temple over here public. Anyway, stuff's still falling. I love how many people are just like, oh, we're just visiting, and then immediately upon visiting, can I stay here forever now? It must be a nice fort. Let's cut this out a little bit. We're gonna remove this, and I think I'm gonna cram some temples into here, or something. Cram something into there. Okay, what in the world is going on with my glass? It's literally just like nobody collecting glass or collecting sand. I'm just gonna like reset that order entirely, I think. Or maybe I just have too many glass jobs running. I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go to every single one of my glass furnaces. I'm gonna pause everything but collect sand for a little bit. That's what I'm gonna do. And just let them collect sand for a little bit. I wonder if it's worth it to just make a bunch of, like, I really wish it was possible to queue up collect sand jobs without using like a glass furnace. That would be very convenient. Because, like, oh, I have 8 different jobs queued up. I guess what I could do is I could restrict the number of furnaces that could have each job queued up to it. But then I'd feel like I'm just wasting furnace space. Stuff's still collapsing. Wait until I have, like, I don't know, until this screen just like covers the whole thing. Set to gather sand only from that furnace? Probably, yeah. No, let's try that. Why not? So, unpowered glass furnace. We could just make non-magma ones. Sure, but... Olith wave candy. I like candy, and I like waves. I will allow Olith wave candy to live here. So I'll just leave all these jobs paused on it. I'll just have to remember to come back and do that. No, I know. I'm just gonna have to go in and like pause all the jobs. I mean, I also don't have charcoal in the map. I just have ash. I have no reason to make charcoal. Yeah, that seems to help. Not super fond of that solution, but hey. Alright, well, let's see how many... Yeah, no. There we go. Needs empty bucket. Well, I should make some buckets. Let's make 50 buckets, because I've got plenty of wood. Welcome back, Elfie. Congratulations on his successful return. Nope. No, it ain't. You know, the fact that there is other people in the general vicinity of mine that also have headaches makes me feel better about the fact that I have a headache. Like, I kind of had a bit of a headache yesterday, and today it's real bad. Like, at this point, I'm just kind of blaming it on, like, this forest fire smoke. I was gonna say, do I not have clear glass throne orders? I do. Weird. You woke up and then worse? Yeah, that's... I mean, okay, so yesterday... Okay, so Monday I had a headache, and I was like, ah, yes, I'm hungover, because I drank like 9 beers yesterday, and I was at a, like, festival all day. It was pretty reasonable amounts. It was like a beer an hour, but still, I drank a lot that day. So I was like, wow, I have a headache. Okay, don't drink it all today, so I didn't. And get to bed on time, which I did. Woke up Tuesday and was like, man, I got a bit of an ache in my head. It's probably just because my neck's sore because I was at a concert the day before. And now today it's really bad, and I'm like, wow, I have a headache. It's not pleasant. I'm not a fan of this progression. I hope it stops. Salty Tempest, why are you... Oh, rest in peace, Salty Tempest. You've finally lost it. Salty Tempest is running around babbling. Well... Drink waters? I have been. This has water in it. It's a coffee cup, but it's full of water. I also drank 2 liters of water yesterday. Usually drink about 2 liters a day. I have a 1 liter water bottle, which I refill. Well, at least we have enough helms for everybody, finally. What the... Well, you're an interesting poet. Slightly sus. But an interesting poet. Wearing large clothing. Large feathered humanoid, twisting trunk. Charcoal feathers that are long and sparse. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Stama Brass Towers. Lesno Gullabay. Please ask to join my fortress. Murder paddled? Oh boy. Well, seems to like talking. Was delighted remembering a performance. Citizen of the Scalded Lyric. A member of the Cobalt Gloves, which is a performance troupe. They worship a dwarven, like, religion. There's no way you are not here to commit a crime. You zombie. So if the Wicked Portents asked to join, we should say yes. Lesbo be a human name? Okay. Lesno be a human name. Are we human or are we goblin dancer? It's a question we've been wondering for a long time. Speaking of questions, it's a decent amount of sand. Did I just cancel that? I did. Good on me. So I guess what I should do. Clear glass throne. Only one shop can do that one. See if that helps. I'm just gonna toss these tables. As soon as they are removed, just toss them, toss them, toss them. We're gonna replace them with these fancy glass ones. Probably is human. Yeah, human faction. Typical humans letting all kinds of creepy buggers in. Apparently you need a lye containing item, stone, to make your tallow. So I can finally Hansel make soap. For the time being. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to cancel all these and let them get reassigned. Because they will. In due time. Wouldn't the correct term be quick someone lie down? Cobalt gloves are what I need. Salty Tempest has become dehydrated. Early rest in peace, Salty. Tekid's been put to rest. Well, that's good. Well, I think the biggest achievement that we've pulled off today is just that... Oh, I know what's happening here. You're in prison, aren't you? That's what's happening here, hey? Yeah, you right here. Let's just simply remove you from prison. Let you out. And also just the sheer number of dwarves I've managed to get imprisoned. Like this, it's a little bit absurd, actually. Although I was able to very creatively get rid of most of my nobles. By simply asking them to go kidnap or fight something, and then they all got kidnapped. It was very convenient, actually. Maybe we should do that more often. Just be like, go away. Here's this very convenient attack you can go do on a distant, faraway site. Speaking of, how many bars am I at? Quite a bit of silver, a piece of bronze, a piece of platinum, some black bronze, some bismuth bronze, a bajillion potash and pearl ash and dog soap and various other soaps. All right, chat. Holy shit, I've been streaming for 8 hours and 45 minutes. I have a question. How do you guys feel about some cud? What do you think, chat? You guys in a cuddy mood? I have to go get a sandwich because it's 5:45 p.m. and I haven't eaten snack. 030? What's the 030 part? Is that a face? Elfie? Return of Sharknado? No, I'm not going to be bringing any vortexes with me today. I'm gonna state that in advance. We're gonna do basically the same build as yesterday. Sans vortexes. Okay, also you just named my adventurer stone. Thank you. Kid Cuddy with a Q. It's gonna go throw sick beats and lasers at people. Paxmac, hello. We are about to swap over to some Cud. Flings an okonomiyaki pancake northward. That seems like a waste of a pancake. You should not waste food. That's my 2 cents. Is Birdquake? Birdemic already exists, though. No, I'm not, actually. Paxmac, you're quetting yourself. All right. I think that the queen decided she didn't want to wear her loincloth anymore because it's just like sitting in the middle of her room. Well, she does feel empathy while being yelled at. I guess that's cool. Mo Nobles put to a deserving end today? Well, a bunch of them got kidnapped because I sent them to try and fight some stuff. Anyway, that didn't go so hot, so they're not in the fort anymore, but, you know. Wasn't really what I intended. Spiked undies not comfy? I guess not. The crazy bondage undies not really to her liking, I suppose. But all that being said, good fort today. We will pick this fort back up tomorrow and not drop it on the ground, hopefully. You guys can say goodbye, YouTube, if you like. She hasn't found the soap yet. What, she trying to clean the undies? All right, I'm gonna get the stream set up for Cud. And then I'm going to go get my sandwich. Because I'm hungry. And I have a sandwich that needs... I've just been kind of... I don't know, putting off eating today for some reason. Which I shouldn't do, but... sometimes I do that. I've done that my whole life. Weren't named Stink Odor? No, that's a different artifact that's named Stink Odor. Can't remember which one's named Stink Odor, but